At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Business Boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Welcome to day 2 of India Global Forum, live from the Taj Hotel in London.
Now, if you were with us yesterday, you'll know that we covered just about everything. We had sessions looking at global health, at climate change, at leadership, at economic recovery, at ESG, at tourism and at trade.
We've talked about how to deal with a pandemic that is still with us and how we can turn crisis into opportunity, looking at how the world sees India and how India sees the world. I'm Edie Lush.
And I'm Ben Thompson, and we will be, once again, your guides through this, the second day of what is a truly global event.
Our theme is Future.Now, radical actions for the post-pandemic era. And this is an event for you. We want you to be part of the conversation as well. You can get involved on our website, indiaglobalforum.com.
And remember, you can follow the conversation on social media. Use the hashtag Future.Now. On all of the videos, contents, any of the highlights and images and videos from today's sessions and those of yesterday will be posted on Twitter as IGF Updates, so you can follow the team right there.
So let's get started. We know that the creation COVID-19 has been no less than a scientific miracle. And both the UK and India should be proud of the role that we have played in protecting. But distribution remains unequal. We're going to kick off now with a special message from Dr. Tedros of the WHO about what we must do now to protect the world.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, the development of safe and effective vaccines against COVID-19 in record time has given us all hope of light at the end of the tunnel. But vast inequities in access to vaccines are fueling a two-track pandemic. While some countries have reached high levels of vaccine coverage, many others don't have enough to vaccinate health workers, older people, and other at-risk groups. The pandemic shows the risk of relying on a few companies to supply global public goods like vaccines. The consequences of the resulting inequities is that cases and deaths from COVID-19 globally remain high in many areas, even as new variants of concern are emerging. When some countries cannot vaccinate, it's a threat to all countries. WHO is calling for a global effort to vaccinate at least 10% of the population of every country by September, at least 40% by the end of the year, and at least 70% by the middle of next year. Vaccine equity is not just the right thing to do. It's the best way to control the pandemic and reboot the global economy. Until we end the pandemic everywhere, we will not end it anywhere. I thank you.
It's a stark and sobering message from Dr. Tedros. No one is safe until we are all safe. But is this message falling on deaf ears, or ears that want to hear a different story? The world is so keen to get back to work, to school, to travel, to move on. I woke up to the news today in the UK that everyone here aged 50 and over will receive a third jab, a booster jab in September. In the US, children aged 12 and above are getting jabbed. How do we deal with this great COVID divide that Tedros has just pointed out to us? I am delighted to welcome to the COVID-19 vaccine deployment, Nadeem Zahawi. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Let's just go right to it. How fair is the global vaccine rollout?
So let me just step back. I think Dr. Tedros is right to say we need to protect the whole world, which is why capable of producing buying components, so then you create a shortage in components around the world. That's my only word of warning, is we need to be really careful. When I look at what we've been able to do with Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, it's the technology transfer. Let me give you an example to bring it to life for you. One of our best facilities is in Oxford Biomedica, in terms of both the batches and how good the quality of the production process, and of course the yield that you get out of the vaccine. The Helix plant in the Netherlands took a lot longer, and we actually had to send engineers from the UK to get the technology transfer right, so that the Helix plant for the AstraZeneca production for that vaccine to be equal to the Oxford Biomedica production. So technology transfer is not easy. You see it with some of the more innovative companies, whether it's Moderna or Novavax. The manufacturing process to get to that level of quality control and safety is really important. So that's another consideration. Sometimes it can be simplistic to say, let's just have an IP waiver and everything will be fine. The reality on the ground, and I speak as an engineer, is actually what Pfizer and AstraZeneca have done is the correct thing, which is to transfer technology and increase production safely and at scale, and have that sort of control in terms of quality control that you really need. Because to maintain confidence. The worst thing we can do is that vaccines are, the manufacturing process is somehow flawed, and then you lose confidence in the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. We, in our presidency of the G7, have a big campaign on vaccine confidence globally, because we've managed to achieve 94% vaccine confidence in the UK. 94% of all adults in the UK, according to the Office for National Statistics, say that they are very likely, most likely, or have already taken the vaccine. We're almost at 85% of adults have had one dose, which is a remarkable achievement. We want to share that with the rest of the world, because the anti-vaxxers, the malign influence that want us to stop vaccinating the world, are not just focusing on the UK, they're focusing on other countries in terms of just sort of sowing the seeds of mistrust and distrust in vaccines. Vaccines are our way out of this. What we're seeing now in the UK is the transition of this virus from pandemic status to endemic status, with the booster campaign in the winter, and then I'm planning for an annual vaccination program, working with the manufacturers in India and, of course, with the rest of the world as well. We need to do that for the rest of the world now. We need to share the experience of the UK, share what we've done in the UK with the rest of the world, because we need to transition this across the world from pandemic to endemic status.
So let's talk a little bit about the strategic importance of the UK-India healthcare partnership. Tell me some of the tangible benefits that we can see from that.
Hugely important. So let me give you an example just to bring it to life for you. The Serum Institute of India has now the ability to supply, as part of AstraZeneca's supply chain, the vaccine to countries like the United Kingdom, because our regulator, the MHRA, actually regulated the manufacturing process there. They are looking not only to ramp up now from 100 million doses a month to 200 million doses a month of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is exactly to the point that you and I have been discussing, to protect the rest of the world. That in itself is a massive achievement. Why? On the back of one of the most highly regarded regulators in the world, the UK regulator, the MHRA, they've been able to go out and say, look, we are one of the safest, best vaccine manufacturers, one of the largest vaccine manufacturers indeed in the world. Now, they're about to also manufacture the Novavax vaccine, looking like a really great vaccine, the Novavax vaccine. Again, by having the Serum Institute able to say we're regulated by the MHR, the UK regulator, that is a huge step forward in terms of vaccine production and protection for the whole world, and of course for us here in the United Kingdom. India's aspiration to be the pharmacy of the world, I think is one that is incredibly exciting for us. You know, I have a very big flu campaign that we are about to embark upon with the COVID booster campaign from September
one in each
onwards.
Arm, is that right?
Yeah, so the good news in terms of reaction, sort of reactogenicity, as the Deputy Chief Medical Officer would put it, Jonathan Van Tam, the great JVT,
right,
is that one in each arm is extremely safe. We obviously are waiting for the clinical trials in terms of which vaccine to use that will give the greatest protection in terms of the most vulnerable cohorts that we need to protect further from the virus circulating in our communities, because as we lift the final restrictions in step 4. And of course, my big concern is I don't want to be able to punch the air and say we've vanquished COVID in the UK, and then because of the lockdowns, because of the non-pharmaceutical interventions, the severe lockdowns we've had very little flu virus circulating in communities. What I don't want to have is come the winter, a very bad flu season that will put even more pressure on our NHS. So the plan is to be able, wherever possible, to co-administer flu and COVID boost for the autumn. And then in future years, the beauty of science is, a number of the innovators in this area are looking at a single jab with COVID and flu. So, every day that goes by, we're getting to a better place. My Prime Minister announced a global collaboration, a radar system, so we can track any viruses around the world, so that we don't find ourselves in the same sort of precarious position as we did back at the beginning of last year with COVID. So lots of exciting things to come from the UK-India collaboration.
All right, thank you. Well, we want to get you back next year to hear how it's all gone. Thank you so much, Nadeem Howie, for joining us here at India Global Forum. We will stay with the COVID-19 topic, go deeper into vaccines administration, and also look at some of the innovations that are coming on board from innovators in the UK and in India as well. So do stay with us.
Coming up next, an in-depth conversation with Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairman and CEO, Salesforce India. Bhattacharya will discuss a digital future creating an equitable revolution. Don't miss this India Global Forum, where the curiosity of a scientist meets the ingenuity of an engineer.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Public health systems the world over are built and supported by governments to provide affordable healthcare access regardless of socioeconomic status. The mix between public and private healthcare varies between countries, and getting the right balance is often a difficult economic as well as political equation. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic has put healthcare systems to the test, stretching capacity and seeing even the most advanced healthcare systems struggle and reveal systemic weaknesses. In 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the Ayushman Bharat, an insurance-backed healthcare scheme popularly known as Modi Care, providing coverage to hundreds of millions of the most vulnerable families in India. Underpinning this scheme is a massive program of healthcare digitization, or health tech. Let's hear from some of the key figures in business and government talk about what changes are required in global healthcare, how fast these changes need to be implemented, and how this can be done. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Welcome back, and as Edie promised, we're going to look in a little more detail now at the vaccine rollout around the world, how different healthcare authorities have responded to the pandemic, and some of the lessons that have been learned about what could happen next if there was to be a repeat of the pandemic. I'm delighted to say we can speak first of all to Dr. Ram Surak Sharma, who's the Chief Executive of National Health Authority in India. A very warm welcome to India Global Week. It's good to have you with us. I wonder first of all whether you could give us an update on where we currently are right now in terms of the pandemic in India and the toll that it is taking on the country.
Well, thank you, Ben, for having me on this platform. It's a privilege for me to participate in the India Global Forum. In India, on the vaccination front, we are currently about 350 million people have been vaccinated overall. That many jabs have been done. With regard to the second wave, it actually took a huge toll, and it came so sudden, and it was a very steep curve. But fortunately now, the same speed at which it rose, it has also come down, and now we are in a much better, much comfortable position. The caseload in India has come down to below 50,000 per day. In fact, it's probably 40,000 minus. So that is from a peak of 400,000 per day. So I think we are doing much better now. And the recovery rate is also very, very high. So those are some positive factors. But the vaccination speed in India, as you know, the numbers are very large. And therefore, what we have done thus far is also pretty impressive. We have done about 350 million as of now.
Yeah.
So that's what we are focusing on.
I want to come to the vaccine rollout in just a moment. First of all, I want to look at some of the logistical challenges that you face there. But crucially, and you talk about the number of infections falling, the number of deaths, thankfully, also falling. But are you confident enough to say that the worst is over? Because we look at certain countries around the world now preparing for another wave in the winter months. How confident are you that India is through the worst?
Well, one thing I can say, I'm not a scientist in that sense, so I do not really know, and I cannot predict the way the third wave, when will it come, how serious or bad it will be. But what I can say is that we have very effectively managed the second wave, and the numbers are down. Our healthcare workers and the entire health system, though it was highly under high pressure, but it has sort of been successful in putting down these numbers and dealing with the issue. So I think we feel quite comfortable, and our Prime Minister has been, on a daily basis, he has been directing the entire effort to ensure that we are able to effectively tackle on all fronts, whether it's a post-COVID care front or preemptive front or let's say contact tracing and other kinds of issues. I think
is it
all
fair
those fronts.
Sorry to interrupt, but is it fair to say that India was complacent about that second wave? Because some would suggest that if you look at what happened in other countries around the world, that India was spared relatively low rates of infection in the first wave. But when that second wave did come, it came like a tidal wave. It really badly affected India, much more severely than in other countries. And there is a suggestion that India was just too complacent about the impact it could have.
Well, I will not be really able to pass a judgment on that kind of statements that we were complacent or we were not complacent. I can only say that yes, it did hit us very badly, and then at the same time, because we were very alert in ensuring that we take sort of good care, and therefore we were able to contain it as quickly as it actually rose. However, to say that whether as a country, because as you know, India is an extremely diverse and large country, and there are all kinds of places and all kinds of it's an extremely diverse country, so it's very difficult to make a general statement about India.
Yeah, talk to me about some of those logistical concerns, because as you've touched on, very diverse population, very remote parts that need to be reached, a huge population that needs to be vaccinated. Talk to me about some of those logistical challenges. How do you plan and execute a vaccine strategy on such a scale?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very interesting question, because from the very beginning, we were conscious of the fact that vaccinating 1/6 of humanity, India is 1.35 billion people, so it's not a trivial issue. And also imagine the diversity of this country. We have to ensure that a person, has been given the 2 doses of vaccines at an appropriate interval, to keep track of that, and to keep track of the vaccination in almost all areas from a logistic point of view is really a very Herculean task. Also, the logistics of vaccine, delivery systems and cold chain and taking it to the remote areas is also not a trivial issue. So what we had done was that we had emphasized the issue that we will keep a complete track on what is being done, and we had to create a very robust technology backbone to actually take care of the entire vaccination program. So each vaccination event is recorded on the platform, and we created a platform called CoWIN, and that has recorded thus far 350 million vaccinations, and that actually has helped us in planning the vaccination strategy. It has helped us in figuring out which are the underserved areas. It has helped us in kind of managing the communications with people who are being vaccinated. It has also helped us in ensuring that a person who is being given vaccine X is given vaccine X again after the appropriate interval. So I think it has been an extremely important effort, and I think we were right in ensuring that this platform was put in place. In fact, I am in charge of that platform, and that platform has recorded billions and billions of transactions. And I think we are and we have a very, very detailed dashboard which is able to help the planners at various levels to plan the vaccination strategy.
Now, even the most well-prepared healthcare systems around the world were left wanting. There were failings, there were failures, there were a lack of preparation in even the best healthcare systems. I wonder, from your point of view, what you have learned about where there are failings, where there is room for improvement, where more money, more resources, more time needs to be spent to make sure that if this happens again, India is better prepared.
No, you are absolutely right. We need to have better preparedness for such pandemics. I think you will agree with me that the scale of the pandemic is so high that even the best healthcare systems in the world have proven to be inadequate. India is no exception to that. However, I think we need to put in more efforts in improving our health infrastructure. We also need to leverage technology to deliver health services in a digital manner, because we learned from this pandemic that, it was very difficult even to go to the hospital. You can't come out of the house, you have a quarantine, you have those restrictions. So therefore, if you can use the technology to consult the doctors through teleconsultation, if you can get the medicines delivered at your place through digital means, using the digital platforms, that is the best way. And what we have done, what India has done, is actually starting a massive program of a national digital health mission, which essentially will ensure that many of these services, many of the health services can be delivered in a digital manner. And I think that will be one very, very important intervention. Other intervention being certainly to improve the health infrastructure across the country. So these are some of the things. Of course, we also have to have these safe, what is called COVID-appropriate behavior that has to be instilled in the population. So I think these are some of the steps which need to be taken.
I want to put a statement to you that was in the medical journal, The Lancet, and it said that India's poor execution of a coherent containment strategy and policies allowed a substantial number of mutations to persist. Is that a quote that you would recognise?
Well, as I said to you in the beginning, I'm not a doctor. I'm a PhD doctor. I'm not a
But you run the
medical
National
doctor.
Health Authority. Is that something that you would recognise and think this is where we need to learn lessons to prevent a repeat occurrence?
I think I agreed with you that we certainly need to put in more, infrastructure, health infrastructure. We used to certainly find new innovative ways to deliver health services in our country to far-flung areas in our country. Certainly, and that goes without saying. But to say that India was complacent and India did not do the adequate amount of work in containment is not correct. Please understand that is, after all, such a massive, outbreak of a pandemic takes place, and then suddenly a health system which is not geared, to obviously cater even half of what came, is obviously every health system is going to be challenged by such impact. So it is not an exception, and one cannot criticize or one cannot pass judgments or such kind of judgments on a country that the country was not prepared. No country was prepared.
Yes.
Can you say that any country was prepared? No.
Yeah.
So therefore, I think.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and you're absolutely right. And there's so many countries really were playing catch up with this. Many did not see this coming, and the response has been lacking in so many countries. I think what I'm getting at is that there will be very few people who will forgive health authorities around the world if they do not take away from this a lot of lessons and put in place now the changes that are needed to prevent this happening on the same scale again. And so we know that governments around the world talk about learning lessons, changing, investing more. I wonder, from an Indian point of view, what those will be. What are you doing on the ground to change things, rather than just promising that there will be lessons learned? What are the practical steps that you're putting into place?
See, absolutely. That's again a very good question. And basically, as I explained to you, one is putting more money into development of the infrastructure. That's one part, health infrastructure. Secondly, we already have a program of insurance cover to people who, and we include COVID and such kind of pandemics also in that cover. So that's another part, which will actually, initiate the private sector investment, more private sector investment in the health sector. That's it. Thirdly, we are actually creating a national digital health program, which will ensure, in a couple of years, it will ensure that the entire country is connected through a grid which actually connects the patients from the doctors, from the labs to the pharmacies, and all those stakeholders will get connected through an extremely powerful grid. India is a highly connected country with 1.2 billion mobile phones, 700 million internet connections, 600 million smartphones. So I think that we are going to leverage, and we have a very robust digital infrastructure, which is the digital identity. We have the digital consent framework, and that I think will help us in creating a digital health framework. So that's the third intervention which we will be doing. Of course, besides that, we will also be ensuring a lot of IEC to ensure that people do develop appropriate behavior, because most of these problems also occur because people do not follow the necessary protocols required for a particular pandemic, this particular pandemic.
And so there we've talked about the logistics and the planning that is involved. I wonder if we can look at the other side of this coin now, which is vaccine hesitancy and the education program that needs to be rolled out in many countries as part of an explanation to make sure that people who are resistant or are hesitant about getting the vaccine are encouraged to come forward and to have it. And all throughout these sessions that we've had here at India Global Forum, the message is the same, that until the whole world is vaccinated, no one is safe. Economies cannot regrow and rebound. What work are you doing to address vaccine hesitancy, to make sure that as many people as possible with such a huge population in India have the vaccine?
No, absolutely. One is that let me say that the vaccine hesitancy has been has reduced to a very considerable extent after the second wave, and people are now coming forward. And as you can see, in one particular day, we vaccinated 8.6 million people in a day. So that's the kind of, I think that must be the highest number in the whole world, probably barring China. So that's the that is a fact enough of the fact that that the people are coming forward. Vaccine hesitancy is going away. However, as I said in the beginning, India is an extremely diverse country. There are areas, there are sort of people who may be who will have the vaccine hesitancy, and we will have to continue to sort of convince them, coax them, and actually educate them to ensure that they do get vaccinated. Efforts have been going on a massive scale. Our Prime Minister is leading that effort to kind of convince people. There have been campaigns, and every state government is launching those campaigns to ensure that more and more people come. The vaccination centers in the rural areas are actually, creating those awareness campaigns and are bringing people to the vaccination centers to get vaccinated. I completely agree that no one is safe until everyone is safe. So we will continue to work to ensure, and the platform which we have created, which actually counts every vaccination done, will ensure that there are people who are left out. We are aware of those areas. We are aware of those people who are left out. That is actually something very, very important, because otherwise it's very difficult to keep track as to which area is underserved, which area is not underserved.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really interesting to talk to you. Thank you for spending time with us at India Global Forum. That's Dr. Ram Suresh Sharma there, the Chief Executive of the National Health Authority in India. We're grateful for your time. Do not go anywhere. We're going to continue this conversation in just a moment after a very short break. I'll speak to the Managing Director of Zydus talking about vaccines and an important breakthrough in that. We'll talk about that right after this break.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello to you, welcome back, and as promised we're going to talk now about the development of vaccines around the world. Of course, a market dominated by Pfizer and by AstraZeneca and many others, but an important breakthrough over recent days, the production and application for use of new vaccines continues apace, and I'm really pleased to welcome to India Global Forum Dr. Sharvil Patel, who's the Managing Director of Zydus. Dr. Patel, welcome to India Global Forum. It's good to have you with us. Just talk to me first of all about this application for the emergency use of your 3-dose vaccine. Just explain a little bit about it and what this application for emergency use actually means.
So thank you, Ben, and thank you to the India Global Forum for having me here. Yes, so yesterday we did submit our emergency use application for our DNA-based vaccine, and we submitted our interim data. We have obviously vaccinated, done the trial on a large number of Indian population, close to 28,000 volunteers. It has been tested in a 3-dose format, and recently also completed the immunogenicity on the 2-dose format. The good part about the vaccine is that it uses a device which is different from any other. So it is an intradermal application. And we have so far seen very good safety comparable to the placebo. So no serious or adverse events, and the efficacy is about 66.6% related to the current pandemic that is there in the country.
And so talk to me a little bit about how this will add to the armory, the weapons that we have to fight this pandemic and where it will fit. You say there 66% usefulness, to put it that way. How and why is that a valuable tool to add to our armory, given that we know right around the world that vaccines are clearly in high demand, and in many countries, as we were discussing yesterday at the forum, there is simply a lack of availability?
So there are 2-3 things. One of the important aspects of this trial has been that we have tested this vaccine in 1,000 children, and it has been found to be safe and efficacious. So the safety has already been there, and very soon we will also submit the efficacy or the immunogenicity data. So the good part of this vaccine is it has covered a large number of children in the vaccination part of it. The second also is that this vaccine can be applied multiple times because of the platform and the inherent nature of the platform. So I think from the future point of view, adapting to new strains, which may be necessary if we see the kind of things that are happening. This being a nucleic acid platform is easily adaptable to the new strain. In fact, we are on the verge of completing the scale up of our new Delta variant as well. So I think multiple benefits there also for the children, and more importantly, I think it's going to be it's proven to be extremely safe as what we see from now.
And talk to me about the global vaccine rollout. I don't know if you were able to hear our previous panel. We were speaking there to the National Health Authority in India. And of course, the vaccine rollout causing so many logistical problems in many countries around the world. How would you how would you summarize the vaccine response to this pandemic around the world? And where are the particular highlights, and where are the countries that are still severely lacking?
So I think, as you alluded to earlier, I think what the need is to have more vaccines because we obviously need to vaccinate a large population both within our country and globally. So I think the critical thing that we believe that both all the manufacturers or the governments or the institutions can do is to partner to make sure we make more vaccines available equitably. I think we know that every vaccine has different benefits and associated risks, but I think the need of the hour today is to make sure that we allow free vaccination to happen across the globe, so that we know that this is one way of reducing the pandemic that has happened in different waves, and you know about the new variants and new waves that are getting created in different countries. So I think the first foremost thing is that we need to leave this whole discussion about which vaccine, why this vaccine. I think the vaccines go through the stringent regulatory process and are approved. I think there should be an approval to give vaccination if these doses can be made available. The second is the global supply chain is very complex. It's highly interdependent on each other. So I don't think there is a room for us to think about only securing a particular way of the supply chain, but it needs to be more inclusive, because at the end of the day, if you're going to produce a vaccine, you are reliant on multiple countries and multiple companies who help you do this, and multiple government or institutional bodies that help you get there in terms of testing and tracing. So I think that's what we need to do, better efforts on that, and allowing a more free flow access to the vaccines.
Just a year ago, at this very event, we were in the midst of the first and second waves. The concept of a vaccine, a solution, a route out of this pandemic seemed a very distant thought. How would you sum up the response of the vaccines industry, the pharmaceutical industry, in getting us to where we are today, and the progress that has been made in just 12 months?
So I think it truly demonstrates that in times of crisis, how everybody is able to come together and be able to do something at that scale. Not only obviously discover and spend time on the research side of it, but at the same time take the risk of scaling up manufacturing and preparing for success. And while we all wish for the success, it's a very hard journey to reach success in such a thing. So I think a lot of credit goes to all the companies and the people who have really taken that bold step in terms of doing something in this area, and many have succeeded, and I hope more will succeed as we move forward. Yeah, so I think that's definitely been one great aspect of the journey so far.
Yeah, and how would you rate India's involvement? We know, of course, the Serum Institute playing such a vital role in this rollout around the world. Just paint a picture of India's involvement and India's role in this global response.
So I do believe that in the long term, vaccines have to have affordability and access. only then we can continue to immunize a large part of the world. On every immunization program that is super critical. So I believe Indian companies do have that capability to scale up manufacturing and innovate. Today we have at least 8 vaccines which are either approved or under development. So India will definitely play a very important role in the overall vaccine rollout. And we do believe that the vaccines will be something, at least for the COVID, will be something that we need to look at on an annual basis, whether we need a booster shot or we need to produce more for the new strains. So I think India will play an important role there. And I believe we will have significant scale of manufacturing and new technologies, not only a single technology, but at least 4 to 5 different technology vaccines that will definitely be made available to both for the country and obviously for all the developing countries which need access to these.
Yeah, and that very neatly gets me onto my next question, which is, if you took out your crystal ball, if you gaze into the future a little bit and tell us how the next 6, 12, 18 months may look, are we getting to a point where it is increasingly likely that we will need to have booster jabs, new jabs to deal with different variants and different mutations, and it becomes something of an annual ritual to get a COVID vaccine, and of course all of the logistical challenges that will come with that?
So again, it's very difficult to predict the future, but I do believe that this may potentially go the flu way. In flu, we need to take regular jabs every year and sometimes twice a year, depending on the strains of the northern and southern hemisphere. I think because of the significant mutations that get to be seen on the COVID virus, I do believe that this will potentially become an annual vaccination. Or some sort of a booster kind of dose that may be required, because we are seeing that the new variants are more transmittable and are more virulent, and they infect more people. So I think the nature of if the antibodies do come down over 6 months to 9 months, then we definitely believe that a booster dose may be required. And I think a lot of companies are doing the development to make sure that this can be made part of the cocktail of the vaccine, like a flu virus vaccine that we take or something, so that it can be easily administered on an ongoing basis. Obviously, it's a choice that everybody makes, but it's a choice that we should make available.
Yes, absolutely, and it certainly seems that it is getting that way, doesn't it, as far as the number of vaccines we may need to take each year, certainly in the UK, thinking about that 3rd booster jab now for older residents of the country. Dr. Sharvil, it's great to have you with us at India Global Forum. That's Dr. Sharvil Patel there, the Managing Director of Zydus Group. Edie's going to be back after a very short break for the first of our panel sessions of this, day 2 of the forum, looking at some of the issues that were raised in those conversations we've been having so far this morning. So Edie will be back straight after this break. We'll see you very soon.
Don't go away, we have a stirring session coming up on global leadership, what's happening behind the headlines. This subject will be examined by Tom Tugendhat, Chair, Foreign Affairs Select Committee UK, and Ashok Malik, Policy Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs, India. India Global Forum, it's where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Global Forum. My name is Edie Lush, live here in the Taj Hotel in London. Really pleased to stay with this theme of global healthcare and looking at how we continue to vaccinate the world. Got a fantastic panel for you now. Odette Cesari from AXA Life. We also have Dr. Vijay Chautaiwale, in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department for the BJP, and Dr. Shankar Musunuri from Acumen. Welcome to all of you. So let's get straight into it. Let's start with Dr. Chautaiwale. What's your view now on the route out of the pandemic, if we can say that, or at least to the next stage?
I think India has come out of the second wave, but still the infections are there, and we need to be vigilant. And the states are vigilant, and they are putting their best efforts to contain the spread of the pandemic. But at the same time, on the positive side, India's vaccination program has gone into a full stream, and so far we have vaccinated more than 300 million adults above 18 years. And currently we are, for last 1 week at least, we are vaccinating close to 5 million people per day, which is quite a significant number. Indian government has changed and tweaked the policy of vaccination a little bit, and they are giving free vaccination to all the adults since 21st of June. And it has shown a remarkable increase in number of vaccinations. There is a little bit issue of vaccine hesitancy in some parts of India, especially rural India, and with the help of government and social service organizations, NGOs, this vaccine hesitancy, people are trying to convince the villagers that the vaccine is the best protective mechanism against the virus, and people are responding it. So I think that by the end of the year, significant number of Indian population will get vaccinated, both the doses. And it will be quite a significant achievement looking at the number and the diversity and geographical spread of the country like India is concerned.
Thank you. So, Dr. Musunuri, let's come to you now. Part of the end game may be brought by the Covaxin jab, which is being produced by Ocugen and Bharat Biotech. Can you tell us more about this partnership and how it's extending vaccine availability around the world?
First of all, thank you to the conference organizers for the opportunity to join this great panel. Covaxin, the collaboration with Bharat Biotech, they're doing an enormous amount of effort, a great team. This is, again, expanding this vaccine availability, in the future to North America. We're trying to bring it to US and Canada. Not only we are going to bring it, we also initiated technology transfer to US manufacturing site. That means globally, we can improve the supply. Once again, it's a differentiated vaccine. We just wanted to have many differentiated vaccines in our arsenal to, to contribute to, controlling this pandemic, which is extremely important.
And can you say about how you might use that for less advantaged parts of the world as well? We've heard from many people during this India Global Forum. For example, yesterday, the foreign minister of the Gambia saying that he had run out of vaccines there.
So I think globally, we have to contribute as we increase our global supply. Our partners are increasing their capacities. They'll reach, about 700 million doses a year eventually. And we're also going to add our capacity to that. Our goal is, again, the pandemic, we have to, as we capacities increase, not only the countries, where we have the EUAs or planning to get the EUAs, we're going to continue to expand our base and contribute to, even USC is contributing heavily to global vaccine diplomacy. And we're hoping they're going to do a lot more of that in the future. And we're hopeful as we continue the regulatory path in the US and Canada, and we'll be able to contribute from our side and join hands with Bharat Biotech. Again, we're tightly working with them on the technical issues and everything else. And it's a very hardworking team, and our hearts goes out to all the people of the world who are struggling and suffering with this disease and the virus spread.
Thank you. Odette, let's come to you. The insurance industry has been hugely disrupted and critical during the pandemic. As the vaccines start to take hold around the world, is that something that you're now able to price in?
Yes, in fact, the insurance industry, as you said, has been disrupted, but has never stopped to do the job, meaning that the health coverage that we are, as insurers, offering to the populations almost everywhere in the world has continued to work even within this pandemic. And we have tried to contribute as much as we could to this difficult situation and to find some solutions. I mean, first, what we've done is that we've been able to offer support and vaccines to our employees, of course, but as well to the insured people. It has been a fantastic opportunity to offer telemedicine in each and every country, and we are launching next week an initiative in India about telemedicine. So it has been for the insurance industry an opportunity to get one step further for the insured people, and to go one step further as well in the partnership and cooperation with pharma companies, with governments, with tech providers, with all the ecosystem which is able today to face this pandemic situation and to try and improve the situation.
Thank you. We've had a question submitted from Tamil Nadu, from Dr. Pandian. He's asking that, keeping in mind that the clinical trials for vaccines for children below the age of 12 isn't approved yet, what's the future status for education for primary school-aged children attending school physically? Because he points out that parents are also worried about a third wave, which may hit this group. I wonder if Dr. Chautaiwala, you could address that.
It's correct that as of now, the vaccine is all the vaccines in India are approved only for adults above 18 years, but the clinical trials are undergoing for the people under 18, the students especially. And as soon as the safety, which is the biggest concern in such case, is established and immunogenicity, I am sure the vaccines will be available to the students also. But yes, it will take some time.
So here's a question. What have you learned from this that you could apply to the next pandemic? Dr. Musunuri, what would you say to that?
I think it's about collaboration. I mean, if you look at globally, many private-public partnerships on collaboration and innovation, how Pfizer collaborated with BioNTech, and how we are collaborating a global vaccine player, Bharat Biotech. I think collaboration is very important. I would say collaboration, three different levels. One is the regulatory mindset. We need to think global. We cannot think at the national level. In the middle of the pandemic, the best way you can control the pandemic is how do you vaccinate 70% of the people globally, not at the national level. That's how you control the pandemic. Then you get the herd immunity. So to achieve that, let's say there's a vaccine which is approved in many countries, and it's in millions of people. They should have a central system where it can be easily deployed across the globe, rather than going through the regulatory process again and again. So you need to have the global mindset. That's number one. Number two, we need to continue the collaborations, public partnerships on a manufacturing and supply chain. That's extremely important. So that, you need to be looking forward for the future pandemic, not only controlling the current one. How do we entice it so we can have a streamlined manufacturing global supply plan whenever the next pandemic comes? The third one is, as I mentioned before, you have different technology platforms. You need to have differentiated vaccine, not one type. That's very important to control any pandemic. So those are the three key elements. Again, collaboration.
Thank
you.
You.
Need to think global.
We've got a minute left. Odette, I'd love to finish with you. What did you learn that you can apply to the next pandemic?
I was about to say exactly the same thing. I mean, collaboration and solidarity. I mean, it's really this kind of situation where it is not an option. It is not an option to have solidarity between the countries. It's not an option to have solidarity between all these stakeholders around the world. And as insurance company, I mean, we are fully engaged. We are fully on the same line, and we have tried and succeeded in going much further than what we were used to do. And I think it's really, I mean, it teaches us to behave differently, and solidarity definitely is not an option.
Thank you very much to Odette Cesari from AXA Life, to Dr. Chautaiwale, in charge of Foreign Affairs Department, BJP, and to Dr. Shankar Musunuri from Ocugen. We're going to return to one of our global leadership sessions shortly. Ben will be back in conversation with Valerie Ramanjawelo, Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar.
Yeah, welcome back. So as Edie promised, let's get straight to one of our leadership discussions. And I'm really pleased to welcome to India Global Forum His Excellency Valerie Ramanjawelo, who's the Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar. Welcome to you. It's great to have you with us for this forum. And of course, quite clearly, this last year has been dominated by the pandemic. And I wonder, first of all, before we get into some detail, just give me a sense of where you are right now in tackling this pandemic and what the current situation is on the ground there.
Hello, Ben. Thank you for having me in this India Global Forum. And this is an opportunity to let all of the people know what's about the pandemic also in Madagascar. Currently, since when the entry of the first case of COVID-19 in Madagascar, we speak about it March 2020. We have currently the cumulated is 33,000 cases, and we really have roughly 920 deceased, unfortunately, as we have in Madagascar. We already go through the 2 waves, and we already reached the peak, and now it's go down, and we don't have too much case on the daily cases. If we're talking about yesterday, we just have 31 cases, and unfortunately 2 this, and we can say that is under control, and through the leadership of the President of Madagascar and the team, and we took all of the measures to control the enter of the pandemic and the spread out of this pandemic.
Yeah, we were talking a little earlier that, sorry to interrupt, we were talking a little earlier about some of the challenges for all sorts of different healthcare services around the world, because, you know, very few saw this coming, and even the best resourced had challenges in being able to deploy the help that was needed for people who needed it. In your case, in Madagascar there, the biggest problem was manufacture and provision of oxygen, and therefore similar parallels with what happened in India. Just talk to me about the availability and why that was one of your biggest challenges.
Yes, you're talking about the oxygen. Yes, we went through this little bit crisis during a few weeks, and we took all of the measures also to having all of this what requested by the population, and we create across Madagascar, especially where we have the center of the pandemic in the capital, in Antananarivo, and suburban, we create a lot, many center of treatment of the COVID, and we of course mobilize all of the human resources needed for that. We mobilize the donor and all of the partners, and we find out oxygen to struggle against the pandemic. And we're talking about China. We supply from China, a little bit from India, from Europe, and we organize everything to make sure that we can make face on the second wave, but in the case if we have another one for the third waves, that's what we can see around the world. But for now, hopefully we don't have that. But during the peak, we tried to find out all of the solution for that. That's what we're talking about, the oxygen. We have the pharmacy in Madagascar and all of the traditional medical, and we want to develop our own remedy on that, and based on the Artemisia that we find, and it's really efficient, and that's one of the parts of all of the strategy that we develop in Madagascar to make sure to make face on this pandemic development. Yes.
There is a very similar plea that comes from many countries, particularly those in Africa right now, about access to vaccines. We were live in the Gambia for a conversation yesterday at India Global Forum, and the concern is that there is simply not enough vaccine being provided to countries that maybe don't have their own supplies or are limited with resources. How frustrating is it? And talk to me about your access to vaccines right now.
Yes, for the access on vaccine, we went through first the validation from the Medicine Academy of Madagascar, and the work with the World Health Organization to make sure what are the right vaccines for Madagascar. And
do you have enough?
And we choose 4, and for that now we started with one of this, and is the COVID with AstraZeneca. We receive enough for the first treatment because we receive 250,000, and the time we sensitize the people because we just use 197,000, and it did remain. And now we go through another wave of vaccine, and we will receive that from China. But we were faced on the big challenge is the logistical challenge. That's why we can use like the Pfizer, Moderna a little bit, but we will try to find a solution to have the choice for the population.
Yeah, and are you confident you will have enough for those second doses? Because we know, for particularly the AstraZeneca, that second dose is absolutely crucial.
We're still confident, and hopefully we receive also the support from the World Bank. We receive a grant for $100 million to find out through different ways, COVAX initiative or African Union initiative, and also with the private sector that they will bring in Madagascar for their population, for their enterprises, and all of this initiative together, we can have enough for the population. But it's a plan for 1, 2, or 3 years.
Of course. Let's talk about some of the social implications, because a statistic that struck me yesterday when we were speaking to a representative from the Gambia, pointing out that for every person who is not or is in work in the Gambia, they tend to support maybe 10 others who are not in work, or family or relatives, for example. And of course, tourism there decimated by this COVID crisis. You also rely extensively on tourism to come to see some of the beautiful things you have in Madagascar. What has been the impact there on jobs and on people's livelihoods?
of course, it's one of the critical impact. It's about the social. It's about the business, all of the economical growth decreased by 4%, and especially for the tourism. Madagascar is the biggest island in Africa. The big, beautiful island with endemic resources, and we are really facing on this problem. And now we have 3 spots of tourism in Madagascar, and we make a lot of efforts to sensitize the people and all of the operators for the vaccination, and also to put in place all of the health structure to ensure the people, when they come back, when they start to open the sky, that we can with a certain confidence. And of course, we lose a lot of jobs. Even we grant and we make all of the support for the financing, to support for the investment, for the training. All of this mechanism can help the enterprise still working a little bit. Now we work on the recovery plan, and especially for the tourism, and to put it gradually. Just for your example, we receive on the weekly basis 200 flights from Tananarivo to go to the different places across Madagascar, and now we just have 15. And this kind of a thing that we need to improve step by step.
And talk to me, as we look ahead then to emerging from this crisis and trying to seize on some of the opportunities if they present themselves. Talk to me about your links with India, geographically, of course, in relative close proximity. What role will your links with India play in getting Madagascar back off the ground again after such a devastating pandemic?
India and Madagascar share really deep cultural roots and relationship. We know in Madagascar we have more than 220,000 people from India, and historically, and they share the same value, the same word in Madagascar, and we have a relationship through the relatives in Madagascar. They're people from mostly from Gujarat states, like Gandhi, like Halijani, and all of these people are very involved in the business enterprises of different things. And now we would like to have more relationship with India. The last bilateral visit between our both countries, it's in the 1980, and we expected to launch that through different things. We will receive many helps during the pandemic period, but also we have a lot of investment that we would like to do. We're talking about in health sector. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about industrialization, and we consider right now too a flight between India, Mumbai, to Madagascar. India is the closest big country that we have from Madagascar, because we just have 6 hours flight if you compare with China or different parts. And we share the same ocean, and we expected to have a lot more between our both countries.
It has been great to speak to you, and thank you for giving us the perspective from where you are right now, and we wish you well. Thanks for joining us at India Global Forum this year. That's Valeria Raman-Javello, who is the Secretary General of the Presidency of Madagascar. Thanks for your time this afternoon. We will continue those conversations coming up next. Edie's going to look at some of the other stories that may have passed you by amid a year of talk about the pandemic and all of the challenges that has posed, but a lot else has happened in the world. So Edie's going to delve behind the headlines in our next session. That's coming up right after this break.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. Now we're taking a look at global leadership. What's happening behind the headlines? COVID, climate change, a US election. Fair to say that these three issues have oversaturated most people's attention over the last year. But what's been going on behind the scenes? We've seen global attention shifting to the Indo-Pacific and China. What kind of post-pandemic world are we moving into, and who will call the shots? So joining me now to discuss some of these issues, really delighted to welcome in person Tom Tugendhat, the chair of Foreign Affairs Select Committee in the United Kingdom, and also joining us virtually, very happy to have Ashok Malik, policy advisor, Ministry of External Affairs in India. Thanks very much for joining us both. So let's start, Tom, with you. Has the pandemic, do you think, altered the existing geopolitical trends? This tilt to the Indo-Pacific region.
Well, look, I think it's had very deep repercussions. I think we've all realized really what our supply chains look like in great detail. There's a few moments, of course, that have shaped that. One is the PPE struggle that many countries had right early on in March. And the second thing, of course, is the closure of the Suez Canal by that boat that went sideways, that evergreen boat that went sideways a number of months ago now, that we've all realized the interdependence, but also the supply chain issues that we all have. And I think that's been a wake-up call for a lot of people.
So let's hear from you, Ashok, as well. Do you think that question, what do you think about that question? Has the pandemic altered the existing geopolitical trends?
The pandemic did two things. One, it accentuated and sharpened existing trend lines that included deep concerns about the current model of globalization and the dependencies that international trading order had created. These were sharpened, as Tom said, in the early months of the pandemic, when there was this arms race almost for N95 masks and PPE kits and various basic pharmaceutical ingredients, because we found that we were locked into one or two sourcing geographies. And as the world rebuilds post-pandemic, it does need to diversify its sources of critical supplies. Some of these supplies will be made available from new production centers at home, some from trusted partners. But overall, the trend is towards a more diversified and a more reliable globalization, and certainly more diverse supply chains. So in that, Tom is absolutely right. That's exactly the concerns we share.
Let's talk, Tom, about this tilt to the Indo-Pacific region. Why this focus on the Pacific side rather than India?
Well, I think the focus on the Pacific has really been because the focus has been on China. And those of us who have been pushing for the tilt to be more towards the India element are actually trying to build on what Ashok was just talking about, which is that the reality is globalization isn't going away. And I don't think anybody wants the interdependence of nations, the partnership between nations to go away. But what we want is we want a resilient globalization. And what we've had to date is a vulnerable one. Now, I think this is where India and Britain have already demonstrated in the last year, 2 years, the way in which we can partner. The Indian Serum Institute is a classic example of this, where the AstraZeneca vaccine has been made in India, demonstrating the capabilities and the partnership of both countries. And so I think this is where the tilt to the Indo-Pacific, which, as you rightly say, has been much more Pacific than Indo, needs to rebalance, and I think needs to focus very much more on the Indo element.
And so how would we do that?
Well, I think there's an awful lot we can do. And now, we've already had the initial discussion that Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Johnson began in the conversation that was supposed to be in person, but sadly ended up being online. I'm afraid we're all getting used to that now. But there's the beginning of the trade element there. But actually, this is all about the living bridge. And this is something that Prime Minister Modi has spoken about in the past. And when we published our report on our relationship with India in 2019, the Foreign Affairs Committee really argued for various elements in which we should be deepening that partnership, building that living bridge. And indeed, actually, if you'll excuse the analogy, like London Bridge, building homes and businesses on top of it.
So, Ashok, what would you say? How can we accelerate or continue to build this living bridge?
I'd just like to go back to the point about the Indo-Pacific. In India, we see the Indo-Pacific slightly differently from the way Tom described it, and we do hope to persuade our British friends to see it the way we do. If you look at India's geographical location, we have an eastern coast and a western coast, an east coast and a west coast, and we can't really separate the waters to our east and the west and say these are two different systems with a line in the water, as it were. Historically, our society, our economy, our prosperity has been a confluence of both the waters to our east and to our west. For us, the Indo-Pacific extends from Sydney to Somalia, or maybe sort of San Francisco to the eastern coast of Africa, if you will. I know that's a vast expanse of water. You can't have one strategy for this entire system. I appreciate that. You will have to have many. And we have many partners who work in different sub-regions of the Indo-Pacific. For example, with Britain, we could work in the Western Indian Ocean. We could work in the Gulf. With our Australian friends, we could work in, say, the Pacific Islands. We could also work with Indonesia, close to there. So the Indo-Pacific is more than just a small region or a narrow region to the east of India. It's much wider, and Britain, as the historic Indo-Pacific power in the real sense of the term, needs to appreciate that.
I think Ashok, you're absolutely right, and I think finding ways in which we work together is essential, and that's why I'd argue that we need to move away from simply looking at Taiwan or Japan or China as the Indo-Pacific, but actually looking, as you rightly say, at old alliances we've got, like the Five Parties Defence Agreement, or indeed building on what you're already doing with the Quad, with Australia, with Japan and the United States, and finding ways in which the United Kingdom can support the sort of democratic states, the free states in the region, of which India is quite significantly the largest and most important.
Can I get you both to respond to what we heard from President Xi? The Chinese people will never allow any foreign forces to bully, coerce, and enslave us, said to 70,000 of the party faithful just yesterday. Whoever attempts to do that will surely break their heads on the steel Great Wall, built with the blood and flesh of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Pretty striking words, Tom.
I'm afraid we've got used to wolf warrior diplomacy in recent years, and the Chinese ambassador to Sweden rather threateningly said that for our friends we have wine and flowers, and for our enemies we have shotguns. I mean, it's not exactly subtle. So I'm afraid we've got used to this rather, if you'll excuse the expression, macho language that we're seeing coming out of China at the moment. And I think that's a great shame, because China is one of the great civilizational powers, and it's absolutely right that China should have a real place in the way the world works, and help to shape decisions and help to shape the international treaties. But that means being a partner. That means building on positive relationships. That means defending the rules that have seen us all prosper, broadly speaking, in peace for the last 70, 80 years. So I hope very much that the attitude that we're seeing out of a rather belligerent Chinese Communist Party won't overwhelm the reality that actually 5,000 years of Chinese history points in one direction, maybe 100 years of communist history points in a different direction, but the reality is China is much more than just the Communist Party. Ashok,
do you have a response to President Xi's statement yesterday?
Look, we have watched Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy, which Tom referred to, with some interest and amusement in the past few months. And I'm always wary of Chinese language speeches or Mandarin speeches being translated into English by Chinese translators. They tend to sound more dramatic than is probably intended. But having said that, to go to the point of a rising China, and of course China's rise is welcome because it is a great power, it is going to cause some shifts in the global system, but quite frankly, some of the projects China and the initiatives China has taken into the international system are causing disquiet. For instance, many of its infrastructure projects, while ostensibly welcome, have created dependencies and are frankly unsustainable both economically and ecologically, and in terms of the cost to local society. We are seeing many of these projects in our neighborhood, and we are wondering what this is about. Second, of course,
give us some examples
we have
of those projects.
Well, we've seen what's called the world's emptiest airport in Hambantota, which adjoins a port, which is called the world's emptiest port. Both spanking new projects, excellent infrastructure, but nothing justifies that sort of investment there. We aren't seeing the traffic. We are seeing the China-Pakistan economic corridor, which is going through some territory that is actually legally Indian territory. And it's creating projects that don't seem to have much of an economic purpose. And we wonder if they are dual-use projects. We do have concerns about that. And separate from the Belt and Road Initiative, on our border last summer, completely out of nowhere, China amassed vast numbers of troops, in a manner it had never done in recent history. And that caused some concerns too, because that did affect other aspects of our relationship, including economic and trade aspects. So there are issues about Chinese actions in the past few years, especially the past year, that have caused some questions, and we're wondering where this is going.
So I wonder if we could move that question of China around to talk about technology a little bit, because there is a great concern that there are different internets being created. We saw the UK, together with the US and now Europe, rejecting the Huawei technology. That's resulted in some pretty interesting differences in how the world will access the internet. It's a pretty sensitive issue when it comes to security. I just wonder how you would look at that, Tom, in terms of how you want to engage with China. What is the right path forward to tread together while maintaining these national security aspects?
So look, I think, like everybody, we want to work with free people, we want to work with partners around the world, and we want to see everybody prosper in peace as much as possible. But it's really hard to do that with states that are using state capitalism and indeed then using state industry as means of seeking to achieve monopoly positions and the leverage that obtains. And that's why I think that we are beginning to see partnerships, and India also rejected Huawei, and we're seeing partnerships between countries that, if you like, obey the usual rules of commerce, the basic rules of trade, that actually do stick to their agreements in the WTO or in various other international fora. And sadly, we're seeing others, and I think Ashok quite rightly identified some of the issues where there are concerns in terms of infrastructure, and we know, as Ashok knows only too well, we know that one of the things that's really challenging us as well is the environmental threats of major Chinese infrastructure projects in terms of coal buildings and coal power station building. So finding ways in which our technology can interact is a challenge, and it's going to remain a challenge if one side is a fundamentally statist power and the others, like our two countries, are free market, open economies.
Ashok, did you want to comment on that from an Indian perspective?
This is about more than just telecom. There are a whole host of emerging technologies. We're only at the edge of this brave new world, if you will. Telecom, robotics, artificial intelligence, personalized medicine, all of these will require standard setting. It will require transparency and will require trust. So the question is, do you work with partners you trust? Do you work with a regime that is transparent and democratic and functions by the rules? And who defines these standards? These are questions that frankly, the democratic world is asking. We don't have answers yet, but we're beginning to ask these questions. And that is where I think India and the UK have a lot to contribute, individually and together, in terms of ensuring that the sort of norms that govern these emerging technologies, including the internet and telecom-related technologies, are norms we are comfortable with and norms that conform to our principles and values. By our, I mean, of course, the democratic world.
I think Ashok's absolutely right on that, and actually a real opportunity, I think, for us both, and is on some of these standard-setting bodies like the UN, bodies of the International Telecoms Union and various other similar organisations that do set standards globally. One of the things that the partnership between India and the UK, but actually between others as well, Australia, France, Germany, United States, Canada, and many others besides, is making sure that we get democracies and rule of law states like our own onto these standard-setting bodies. Because if we don't, we end up having standards shaped by people whose views of freedom and self-association and so on are pretty fundamentally different to our own.
I want to turn to the cut in UK aid budget, because that has been, I think, bad news for a lot of countries around the world. I wonder if you could let me know, Tom, how you think, what kind of priorities might be being neglected as we do what we have to do, which is figure out how to pay for COVID-19.
Well, look, India has been a partner in aid for a number of years now. I think I'm right in saying, and Ashok, you'll correct me, but I think India produced 60 million doses of vaccine at the Serum Institute, which went abroad, which went overseas from India, and I think about 5 million or so doses were absolutely free, and the others were basically at cost. So it's an extraordinary act of generosity by the Indian people, and I think something that we all should learn from. And India has been a partner for British aid for a number of years, and I say that quite clearly because actually India has not been a recipient of British aid for many, many years. It's been a partner. We've done projects together. Yes, some of that money has been spent in India, but not on India, if you see. So it's where we've worked together. And I think this is where the UK has got some real opportunities. The way that we've supported various different operations and enterprises in Syria and Jordan and Lebanon and so on, or indeed in East and West Africa to change the direction of girls' lives or to change the direction of the threat of terrorism and so on, has been something that we've taken very seriously. So I am concerned about this cut because, as we both know, and Ashok just pointed out, for infrastructure building, if you step away from the table, you don't leave a vacuum. Somebody else steps in. And we have the choice, really. Do we want the influences shaping countries around the world to be leaning towards the free trade, open economies with democratic instincts and so on, or do we want them leaning the other way? And I think for both the Indian people and the British people, the interest is very much in trying to build up like-minded states and supporting like-minded and similar values interests.
How do you see that, Ashok, in terms of aid to areas of the world that need it more?
India is the country with the largest incremental developmental assistance budget currently, and as sort of we move into the future, because we provide assistance, we undertake projects in our neighborhood in South Asia, in the broader neighborhood in other parts of Asia, including Central Asia, and of course in Africa, across the continent of Africa. These are projects related to education, the digital medium and IT, health, including digital health, skilling, infrastructure, and of course agriculture. And what is important about our projects is each of these projects represents a template that has worked at home. So it's we actually export or take to another country experiments or ideas or innovations that have actually worked for our people at home and make sense to similarly placed countries in other parts of the world. We have quite an expansive and diverse developmental assistance portfolio. And quite frankly, an India-UK developmental partnership for other countries is waiting to happen, is waiting to grow. It's already exists. In areas such as education, youth and skilling, health, because health is emerging as a very important currency of international diplomacy after COVID. And India and the UK are natural partners here because there are complementarities we can build on. Of course, the AstraZeneca serum partnership was one example. And there is much we can do together, especially in Africa, I would say in the Caribbean, in countries that are a part of the Commonwealth. We have to redefine the Commonwealth not just as an early 20th century club, but actually as a living 21st century developmental ecosystem where Britain and India contribute together.
I think Ashok's absolutely right. I have to say, it's always worth remembering that when you talk about the Commonwealth, half of the Commonwealth is India. So it's a very fundamental relationship. But I think building on that and building on a partnership globally is exactly what we should be doing.
I'm going to pass you both the crystal ball. How do you think the world is going to change? What are the trends that we're not seeing now that we're going to be talking about as, my goodness, didn't see that coming in a year's time, Tom?
Gosh, that's always tricky. Look, I mean, I think the fundamental trends that are going forward are going to continue, which is that democratic partnerships are going to deepen and get stronger. And so I'm a firm believer that actually the partnership between London and Delhi is only going to increase. I think one of the other things, though, that we're going to start being much more aware of is the challenges, the internal challenges within the Chinese system and the consequential blowback that may have for the rest of us. So I think that's also going to push us closer and closer together.
Ashok, what about you? I'm passing you the crystal ball. What are the trends that are emerging as we're coming out of the pandemic or coming next through it?
Well, two immediate predictions. England wins the European Cup and the and
Glad to hear that.
India wins the Test series against England.
I'm not sure about that.
Apart from that, we are, quite frankly, this is a somber prognosis because we are moving from a predictable system, sort of a Lockean system, if you will, to a Hobbesian system. The world is going to get more competitive. There is more turbulence ahead. But that is where countries such as India and the UK, countries that share fundamental values, we don't always agree, and we will not always agree. But there's more we agree on than we disagree on. This is where we really have to work together to do three things. One, trade where we can, and we really can, build a strong trade partnership, which builds our complementarities. Come together for global good, climate change and health, and a reformed multilateral system. And, as I said earlier, standard setting and norms, especially for emerging technologies and the global commons. I'd like to stop there.
Thank you, Ashok. So is England going to win the Euros?
I'm sure England's going to win the Euros, but I also think that we're going to have a very good test series against India. And whoever wins, Ashok, buys the other one dinner. How's that?
Absolutely. The next time I'm in London or you're in Delhi.
Excellent.
Thank you to both Tom Tugendhat and to Ashok Malik for joining me. We're going to be back in just a moment. Ben is going to take over the stage, speaking about digital innovation and science and creating the environment for growth. Stay with us.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. Countries all over the world have been impacted with the onslaught of the coronavirus crisis, and its full effects have yet to be seen. Lockdowns challenged economic activity, causing setbacks to consumption, manufacturing, exports, and capital flows. There's no quick fix or shortcut to stimulate and increase demand in an economy. This takes time, patience, effort, and also working together with other nations to help rebuild and restart sectors. Amidst the ongoing uncertainty, economic recovery will also depend on how people come out of their homes and the rate at which demand will resume organically. Let's take a look at how some of the global leaders joining us today faced and worked to overcome large-scale challenges, including navigating huge debts, unemployment, and exhausted healthcare systems. As always at India Global Forum, we bring to you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com. That's the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste.
Stay with us as we bring you a fireside chat with Punit Ranjan, the global CEO of Deloitte. Ranjan will be sharing his views on global leadership, recovery and the road to resilient transition, right here at India Global Forum, where we work to build a future together and build that future now.
Welcome back to you, and we'll have that conversation with Punit just a little later. It's a fascinating discussion about some of the way that business may adapt its policies, its strategies and its planning after so many lessons were learned as a result of this crisis. But first of all, I'm keen that we move the conversation beyond COVID. It has dominated headlines, but as Edie was just discussing with her panel just a short while ago, so much else has happened over the past 12 or 18 months. And I'm keen to look now about what could happen in the next 12 to 18 months. Technology innovation could lead the way out of this crisis, but also create so many more opportunities. And so to look at what those opportunities could be and how we may harness some of them, I'm delighted to introduce my next panel. So with me here in the studio is Priya Guha, MBE from Merian Adventures. Priya, nice to see you. And also joining us virtually is Girish Ramachandran from Tata Consultancy Services and Balaji Vishwanathan, who is from Invento Robotics. It's lovely to have you all with us. Thanks so much. Priya, maybe I could start with you because it's such a joy to have you here in the studio. Let's talk a little bit about some of the opportunities. What are you most excited about this year? Because so much of our attention has been focused on COVID. Maybe we've taken our eye off what's coming down the line and what we could be excited about.
So I think, Ben, there's a trend we're seeing, which is a really exciting trend. So out of all of the pain of the pandemic, one of the few silver linings has, in my view, been an acceleration of the willingness to embrace technology. Mm-hmm. An acknowledgement that actually technology might be one of the potential solutions for some of the big problems the world is facing. We've seen that with vaccine development during the COVID crisis. But what that means is, and that creates a real environment where we can start to realize the potential of some of the incredibly transformational technologies out there. I'll let our fellow panelists talk to things like robotics, which could potentially be so game-changing across so many sectors, including supply chains, retail, etc., even medical interventions. But we've also got an opportunity for things like quantum technology to be realized. And these are real game-changing global innovations. One of the companies I work with is using artificial intelligence to detect breast cancer. Wow. These are the sort of things that can change the world. And what I think we've seen post-pandemic is a global willingness to embrace that change, yes, which just wasn't there before.
And I want to talk in a moment actually about that psychological change that's come as a result of the pandemic, about thinking of doing things differently and what that helps deliver as far as innovation is concerned. Girish, let me bring you in at this point, because you deal with so many organisations. What are they telling you? What are they thinking about doing things differently and harnessing the power of both technology but the innovation to do things a bit differently?
Thank you, Ben. So what probably we are in a juncture where we are having not only the pandemic, but also the fourth industrial revolution. And this is really, both of these things together have accelerated the speed of change as we see it. And what I see is that every business is reshaping their own organization and disrupting. Somebody is there to disrupt their own business models. So like what Priya was saying, technology is at the center of this particular change. And we have seen a quick development of innovations even during this particular pandemic. For example, we have seen private sector repurpose automotive, aviation, or consumer goods to quickly manufacture urgently needed medical equipments like ventilators, masks, hand sanitizers, etc. So technology is at the center of this, and every organization is reimagining using digitization, what their business will look like in a few years from now.
And Girish, has it given us a newfound respect, a newfound understanding of what technology can provide us? It's not just something that's nice to have, it's suddenly becomes something that is absolutely essential if we're to progress.
No, I agree. Yeah, absolutely, Ben. And everybody, every organization, people who are least willing to adopt technology and digitization are jumping the bandwagon, and they are looking at how they can accelerate this particular change and ride on this particular wave of change that is happening.
Yeah, Balaji, let me bring you in at this point because as Priya touched on, robotics as well, maybe an area that we sort of don't understand too much about, but we will get to know a lot about over the months and years to come. What are you most excited about right now, about the power that we can harness from robotics?
Thanks, Ben, and thanks for setting it up, Priya. With robotics, what we see is the evolution of avatar. What pandemic has done is like enable far more people to work remotely, but still it is still quite a limited audience. What robotics and the avatar that it can enable is to enable far more workforce to be able to work remotely. What if a warehouse worker sitting at home could still, like through the robots in their warehouse, be able to bring the avatar into it, be able to pick up items from the shelves and then place it and then be able to manage it. Whatever caregiver can sit remotely and then be able to use the robot's arms and the mobility to be able to bring care to the patients he or she is caring. So that's a key future we see is the robots becoming an avatar for workers of far more diverse backgrounds to be able to deliver value in the physical world.
Priya, we were talking just a little earlier about what is the driver of this change? What is the driver to adopt new technology, to think about doing things differently? Where is it coming from? Is it coming from government that's played such a huge role in this pandemic and they have such a deep pockets and big ambition? Or is it coming from the private sector?
So I think the reality is what we're seeing at the moment, Ben, is an alignment of lots of different factors. Of course, there is the pandemic, which has accelerated a change, but it's forced consumers to think differently about how they operate and what they purchase, maybe buying their food or produce online in a way that they hadn't historically considered. It's also forced people to think that actually technology could help them rather than hinder them. The move to remote working would never have happened naturally, but for many people, many professionals, it actually worked quite well. If you look at actually the role of governments, I think this is where governments have recognised that if we are going to be able to reap the rewards of innovation, reap the rewards of technology, government needs to play a role in supporting that. One of the hats I wear is actually as a member of the council, the board of Innovate UK, the UK government's innovation agency. And the role of an organisation like Innovate and its counterparts in India is to look at how to help technologies get over the barriers to commercialisation. In both India and the UK, we have fantastic higher education institutions which are investigating some of the most cutting-edge frontier science. But actually, for those technologies to really make a difference in the world, we need them to be commercialised and be available for broad use in every country in the world. And so there's a role there for governments to play as well in stimulating that innovation.
And is there enough cross-border collaboration? Because that's always the issue, isn't it? That these things cannot happen in silos.
They absolutely cannot happen in silos. And this is actually, for me, one of the most exciting elements to the UK-India relationship. India and the UK have been collaborating on science and innovation for, more than 15, 20 years and beyond that, in terms of looking at areas where our academics can work together, but also where our governments can collaborate on this issue and support each other's innovations coming to fruition. But lastly, and most importantly, perhaps actually encouraging our businesses to engage in each other's economy and make sure that innovations that are benefiting the UK are benefiting India and vice versa.
Girish, let me talk about the way we have adopted technology over the last 18 months. You touched on the fact that it has become much more prevalent. We are perhaps a little more trusting of it because we can see the benefits. I wonder now where that takes us and what hurdles that helps us overcome But equally, what are the hurdles ahead? Because maybe we've been so caught up in this pandemic, some things have fallen by the wayside that now need to still play catch up.
Thank you, Ben. I think, my view is that there are three actors in this whole equation. One is the government, the second one is private sector, and the third one is individuals like you and me. And I want to highlight a few things, a few building blocks for this transition, what I call towards digital innovation. And India has done a phenomenal job out of this. That's why I want to highlight this. At the basic minimum is to create a digital foundation. And this is a part of where the government plays in to level the playing field so that we have uniform access to technology, leveraging both internet, cloud, mobile technology, big data, AI, and backed by a very strong cybersecurity layer. And I call this the digital spine. And India has done a phenomenal job out of it. So India has built this 4 layers, what I call presence-less layer, which is providing digital identity to people so that citizens can participate in any service. The second one is what is called the paperless layer, which is providing digital records so that when people move from one place to another, you don't have to move around with the data. Data is already there in the cloud. And the third one, which India has done phenomenally well, is providing a single interface to payments. And the fourth one is about how do you allow data to move freely and securely. So this is a part where essentially the government has to democratize this whole equation. Then there is a second element, which is what private sector has to do and government has to do, which is in the area of skilling. I genuinely feel that we will have a shortage of workforce, and the shortage of workforce is to the tune of an unrealized output of $450 billion. So this responsibility of reskilling and upskilling lies with both the government as well as businesses, because we need to co-invest in education. And the last one is, it is also very important for all of us as citizens to take this particular opportunity and reskill ourselves. So the most important impetus is on all of us to pick this digital wave and use this opportunity to relearn and unlearn a lot of things that we have done so far.
When you lay out the opportunities and the potential there, for some may seem a little overwhelming. It's hard to know what governments should be prioritising, where they should be focusing their resources. And I'm also going to ask Priya this question in just a second. But it'd be interesting, Girish, if you give me your assessment of where the focus needs to be in the short term before we get into the kind of the big thinking that might come further down the line.
No, I think we have to look at each and every industry and look at, for those specific industries, what should the government do? And what is it the government, how should the government build a digital spine so that we have a level playing field across the whole value chain? I think that is probably the single most thing which the government has to do. And the Indian government has done that very well. The second most thing is to identify the opportunities ahead. For example, as I said, skilling is a very important opportunity. We are going to lose a lot of jobs because of automation, but there is a lot of new jobs going to be created. And unless we are ready for that particular wave, it is important that the government has to pick up that and ensure that we pick up skills in those particular areas so that we are able to build on that.
Yeah. Priya, let me ask you the same question, because it can feel overwhelming. The potential opportunities are absolutely vast. How do you boil those down to focus minds about this should be your short-term priority, and then we can get on to thinking a bit bigger?
I think one of the most important conversations governments can have is what are the areas where government can make a real difference, but also what are the areas where government needs to step back and just let the sector develop. And so to build on what Girish rightly commented in terms of agendas like skills, another really important agenda is, of course, regulation. And that's one of the hottest topics at the moment in every country in the world, is how do we regulate technology? And I think it's very, very important that government both recognises where a framework of regulation is supportive of innovation, but also where actually governments need to recognise that innovation moves at pace and we don't want regulation to be a barrier to that. The one other area, and it won't come as a surprise to you, Ben, to know this, that I think governments should prioritise is also making sure innovation is inclusive. we have a huge problem everywhere around the world, which is that innovation has been seen as an area where a small percentage of the world's population is engaging, whether that's in terms of the people who've had access to funding, for example, to commercialize innovation, or indeed some preconceptions about where those ideas might come from. So I think it's very, very important, if we're going to actually realize technologies that will benefit everybody, to make sure that technologies are inclusive and we are active as governments, as consumers, as corporates, to look for innovation wherever it comes from in the world and make sure that every idea has an equal chance to succeed.
Yeah, and Priya, I want to talk about the work that your fund does a little later, and we'll come on to that. Balaji, let me bring you in at this point again too, because we were hearing there about the social change that some of this will drive and why it is so important, particularly relevant in your field of expertise, of course, and we were hearing there about jobs and automation. We will lose a lot of jobs to automation, and therefore the growth area will come in the more highly skilled roles that are associated with it. From a robotics point of view, that is quite a burden that is on your head, as well as saying, I've got all these wonderful ideas, but I'm going to take your jobs.
So I'll partly disagree with that notion. So when computers came in the mainstream 4 decades ago, it created a whole bunch of new jobs. And the same way we expect with robotics too. So it is not a robot versus human or robot replacing human. It is going to be a robot working together with a human. I'll give you an example of a senior care home that we are putting our robots in. So here the care got quite limited due to the COVID. And what our robots could do is enable a caregiver working remotely to be able to manage the robots, be able to manage a fleet of robots, going into seniors, checking on them, monitoring them, and also cracking jokes with them on a daily basis. This is a very, very important one. So it is going to create a whole new sector of jobs. Yes, there will be some dislocation in some sector, but overall what I believe is there will be a net creation of new jobs when we see robots collaborating with humans. So it's not just high-tech roles I'm talking about. I'm talking about roles like providing care in retail, in factory, and those are areas where we believe robotic avatars can create new type of jobs.
Yeah, and in some respects, though, the pandemic sort of did your sales pitch for you, because if I was an employer and I've got staff, in many cases, depending on the industry you're in, those staff are reliable and they are relatively cheap. Investing in robotics and investing in automation is a big capital expense up front. But of course, the pandemic proved that robots don't get sick, they don't need to social distance, they can work 24 hours. So actually, convincing businesses to invest in that sort of technology now is a no-brainer.
Absolutely. So the pandemic has altered the attitudes of both the end consumers, who are much more open to dealing with technology, as well as the workers, who now see the technology as something a bigger enabler. So it is not just about like robots do not get sick, but those who are like forced out of the workforce, some of them, they can get back to the workforce without having to come to the workplace. So that's those kind of ways we see even worker attitudes towards robots have been changing during the pandemic.
Yeah, Girish, you're nodding there, and it might be an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Give me a sense of where we are on the scale of things that are going to happen in the short term, in the near term. What practical differences will I see? What will change my life over the coming year? And then what are the ones that are nice to have? They're much further down the line and we're working towards them, but we're not quite there yet.
In the area of technology?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So, for example, I mean, let me take a few sectors that you are looking for. For example, if you talked about the government, okay? If you look at the government's primary responsibility being education, health, food, security, as well as urbanization, if you may, building smart cities, there is an element of technology which goes into each of this today, as far as digitization is concerned. Okay? So, for example, Ben, I'll give you some examples. Today, 45% of the world's population today live in cities. If without the pandemic, we would have had a massive amount of urbanization going on. And we would have had almost 60% of the world's population coming into cities. And this is very true for India because Indian cities are getting more and more crowded. We have now probably found out another way of living where all of us could live in, for example, a Bali and still work for a particular company. That is a fundamental alteration of the way that we have looked at in terms of urbanization. Education, we have a big problem. Okay, I don't think we've solved it yet. Today, we have got 1.6 billion kids out of school. And what we have is we have a genuine problem because we are going to lose 1 or 2 years or 3 years of their schooling. And some of them are going back to child labor. That is a problem which the government has to fix. And we have to find a way to bring in online technology as well as ensuring that there is grooming of the kids as well. The third thing I will talk about is in food security. Today, 30% of the food which comes in, we make food for around 10 billion people. But there is a significant food which gets wasted. And using technology, we'll be able to quickly get this and ensure that supply chain goes in properly and ensures that using IoT or data analytics, we'll be able to ensure that food comes to the table rather than gets wasted in the supply chain. So if I look at different sectors and the different priorities of every country, it will vary, and the technology is there to sort it out. But there are certain places where technology might not have answers, like for example, the education.
Thank you, and it was a tough question, but thank you for, for answering it. And Priya, before we go, look, I want to talk about, and I hate these discussions where we talk about women bosses, women investors, women entrepreneurs. But your fund invests particularly in women-led, women-founded businesses in this technology space. Talk to me about why that is still so important and why we need to talk about it.
So I think what we have is a problem in every country around the world around this point on inclusive innovation. If you take the UK, a Rose Review report, which came out a couple of years ago, talked about only 1 pence in every pound of venture capital money going to female-led businesses. What does that mean? Well, it means that actually the businesses that are coming through are not necessarily designing for a broad population. They're not necessarily thinking in different ways as they're building their business. And as a result, the businesses will not be as effective. That's proven time after time that businesses that are undiverse are less effective businesses. So what we focus on at Merriam Ventures is actually investing in those women who are leading businesses and growing businesses to scale, who are otherwise finding it very challenging to get the funding they need to scale. Yeah. So it's a really important area. We focus on it in the context of women-led innovation. It's also very relevant for other underrepresented groups in the UK and in the US in particular at the moment. Very good conversation happening around how to support black founders, for example, for whom the numbers are equally bad. Yeah. So this is a really, really important area that everyone needs to focus on around the world, because otherwise we won't have the right technological solutions that we need to make the right decisions for society. And that's fundamentally where technology will be transformational, whether you're in India, whether you're in the UK or anywhere in the world. It is so, so important, isn't it? And it's astonishing that we're still in an era whereby businesses don't look like their customers or their users or their audience, and that is the fundamental mismatch, isn't it? Priya, thank you so much. So lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much. And also to Girish and to Balaji, thank you for your time this afternoon with us on the India Global Forum. I'm really grateful for an interesting chat that gets us beyond some of the tragedy and the difficulties of this last year, but looking ahead to some of the opportunities that may be coming down the line. So my thanks to you all. Awesome. Now, a little earlier, I sat down with the Global Chief Executive of Deloitte, and we spoke about some of the opportunities in a business setting. How will we think about doing things a bit differently in future? What are the changes that have been brought about by this pandemic that we can learn from and build on in a workplace setting? It's an interesting chat. It's with Punit Renjen, who's the Global Chief Executive of Deloitte. So that's coming up next. And then straight after that, we've got a special little treat from our hosts here at the Taj in London. So we'll hear from Deloitte, and then stay tuned for that little treat from the Taj.
Puneet, let me jump straight in. And it's been quite an 18 months that we've all lived through in all parts of the world. And let's look at this from a business point of view, first of all. And I wonder of your assessment of how prepared business was for this pandemic that, quite rightly, very few people saw coming to the extent that it did. But how prepared were business to deal with it?
First, great to be with you. You know, the great philosopher Mike Tyson once said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And it's fair to say that COVID-19 was a punch in the mouth for the entire global business community. I've been with Deloitte for 35 years, and this is my first global pandemic that I've had to deal with. And it's quite different than the Great Recession, as a for instance. And any playbook that we developed in the Great Recession or other events doesn't quite fit here. And what I think businesses had to do, frankly, was to rapidly respond. And then if they were forward-looking, to start thinking about how they were going to recover and then eventually thrive. But that initial response, for Deloitte, for instance, taking 300,000 people remote, was very rapid. The speed with which this pandemic hit and the global nature of it was very unique. And so, to use another analogy, you had to play really solid defense, protect your people, take care of your people, and in terms of serving your clients, come up with contingency plans so that you could keep serving your clients. But you also had to play defense on making sure that you had adequate liquidity. We've been around for 175 years, and I was going to ensure that under my watch that we would have 176th year. And that was all around respond. And then for the entities that are recovering well, using the same analogy, they started playing great offense and started in the pandemic, focusing on clients, making contrarian moves, continuing investments in people, in technology, and taking advantage of what the pandemic offered. And what I mean by that is digitization as an example. There's been more digitization in the last 14, 15 months than there have been in the last 2, 3, 4 years. And so really investing in that, that's all part of recovering and then eventually coming out of it and thriving. So short answer, nobody had a plan, I don't think.
Penny, I spend most of my days traveling around the UK at the moment, meeting business and asking them about what they learned about themselves, the way they operate, how resilient they are in unprecedented times. And I'm aware that we are not out of the woods yet. There is still a long way to go till we get back to something that resembles normal. But what would you say for yourself and your business, but for many others that you deal with, about what is the biggest lesson they've learned about themselves?
That we are more resilient and our people are more resilient than we could even imagine. Giving back to our communities, keeping a focus beyond just the bottom line is the right thing to do. It is also the right business thing to do. It is something that can galvanize an organization like it has done Deloitte and keep people focused on serving clients, giving back to their communities. I mean, Ben, for Deloitte, it's very simple. Our purpose is to make an impact for our clients that we serve, for the people that we hire and develop, and for the communities that we live and work in. And we kept true to that. And that was a real learning for us, that purpose is our North Star, and it galvanizes us to stick together and take care of each other, but also keep focused on what really matters. And I think that was pretty remarkable. The other interesting thing to me, in the least, was how global and how globally connected we are. The virus doesn't discriminate. It doesn't distinguish between an Indian or an Englishman. It impacts everybody consistently, and despite all the rhetoric that we listen to, we're a really interconnected humanity, and we're more global. And that was a key aha moment, in the least for me, out of this pandemic. I'd like to say one more thing. I mean, listen, in terms of business operations, the tremendous disruption The way work is going to get done, I'm happy to talk about that. That's going to change. The way that we serve our clients is going to change. But I think out of this pandemic, there were some silver linings. Climate, for instance, I think it gave us a chance at an individual level, at an organizational level, at a societal level, to look at the way that we were living and really reassess and focus on things that really matter. Climate, for instance, ESG, systemic racism, the inequality that exists between in our communities. And I hope that out of this pandemic, we will address those issues collectively. And I'm actually quite optimistic that that is the silver lining that comes out of this terrible year.
Yeah, there's two things there, Puneet, that you raised, and I want to come to. One is the technology and the investment in this digitalization of the economy that has been sped up by this pandemic. But the other one, and let's talk about that first, ESG. So the goals that many businesses say are at the heart of what they want to do. It's made us think about doing things differently. But if we make parallels with our personal life, we all have these ambitions about things we learned about ourselves in lockdown, and actually we probably won't get round to ever doing them. When you talk about business, do you get a sense that there is meaningful change on the way, that this is more than just lip service or an idea that was born in the pandemic, that actually when we get back to normal, we'll never see the light of day?
That's a fair question. But let me start with a couple of data points. First, in 2020, net zero pledges, let's take climate for instance, tripled over 2019. Now, will all of these pledges be delivered on? I don't know. I hope they will be, but only time will tell. But there are a couple of other things that or data points that make me more optimistic. Let's take Deloitte for instance. 86% of the 300,000 professionals that call Deloitte home are millennials and Gen Zs. Their top issue is climate. So if I want to retain 86% of my coveted professionals, I need to have a credible response to this particular issue, not just a commitment, but a response with metrics. Let me give you another anecdotal example. I recruit, or Deloitte recruits, thousands of people every year, and I go to campuses in the United States and Europe and Asia Pacific. And consistently, I'm asked the same question. What does Deloitte do beyond its core profit motive? So if I want to hire the best individuals, I must have a credible response. That is why I believe that these issues like climate, like diversity and inclusion, systemic racism, inequality, we need to have a credible response to, as individuals, as businesses, and as society. Because our customers are demanding it, our people are demanding it, and to me, in the least, a people-driven business, that is incredibly important. And investors increasingly are demanding it. So that's what makes me optimistic, Ben, is that the commitments will translate into action and then outcomes. Now, I have to say that there are still, like you, I talk to different businesses. There are still businesses that have their head in the sand and think that this will blow over. I don't believe it will. One of the things that we have done with a number of our colleagues in the profession is to come up with voluntary metrics, working with the World Economic Forum. 90 entities, 90 companies have signed up for them. And there is a trend to convergence around metrics so that we can measure and hold ourselves accountable. As you know, what gets done is what gets measured and what people can be held to account for. So I think I'm quite optimistic that this time around, coming out of the pandemic, that we will see positive momentum on some of these issues. And if we don't, I dread what my 17-year-old son will say to me 20 years now, that this generation let everybody down.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because it feels that the pressure is coming not only from customers, but as you've highlighted there, from staff. And if you want to recruit and retain, you need to put some of those promises into action, don't you? I want to talk a little bit as well about technology, because you raised the idea of the digitalization that has been brought about by this pandemic. In our domestic lives, but also in business settings, we would not have been doing this 18 months ago, I would imagine. Talk to me about the change that we've seen in this year and a half and what that means for business on a day-to-day level.
Well, I think it's, first off, it started with massive disruption. I mean, the way that we were living our lives certainly in a very speedy way got disrupted. What will come out of this is first how work is done, and it will vary by entities that require, or companies that require close collaboration. I was talking to a pharmaceutical company, and they require really close collaboration. There will be some change, but it may be more akin to what it was like before the pandemic. But then there are other entities which will go to a more hybrid model, more flexible model. But flexibility in the way work is done is here to stay. And let's take Deloitte again as an example. We're in 150 countries. We have 900 offices. Are we going to need 900 offices after the pandemic? The answer is no. Will the configuration of that office for us be the same? The answer is no. What do I mean by that? There'll be more collaborative space, but there will certainly be flexibility in the way that we work, in the way that we continue to serve clients, in the way that we collaborate. So that's one aspect in the way that work is going to get done. Certain customer service inconveniences that the pandemic brought to the fore in the way that we consume and the impact that it is going to have on the retail sector and some of the contact-free digital customer experience, that is here to stay. Supply chains. And one of the things that we did experience, many companies experienced, was a disruption in the supply chain. And so building flexible and resilient supply chains would be a third change that is here to stay. And then, of course, you've talked about digitization, the move to cloud, cyber, digital technology, and using digital technology to make work more efficient, work more flexible, work more pleasurable, and more collaborative, I think is an outcome that has been sped up by this pandemic. And then the last one, I'm hopeful and I'm actually quite optimistic, is around ESG. As I've said a couple of times, I think coming out of this pandemic, I'm quite optimistic that we're going to tackle some of these big issues like climate inequality and systemic racism. Listen, a company like Deloitte, 150 countries, 300,000 professionals, we cannot be successful if the communities that we live and work in are not successful. If we have inequality in those communities, it isn't good business for us. So I think there is a real incentive coming out of this, a realization that we must do things differently. We must do things better.
You have a global overview, given what you do. So I wonder whether you can give us a snapshot of where in the world is leading on this, both that digitalization, but also that change in focus on ESG. And talk to me about India's role in all of this. Where does it sit on a world stage?
I've said this on a number of interviews that I've done recently. Despite what India went through with the second wave, which was really a tsunami in the long arc of history, I'm very optimistic about India. I believe that this is India's century. It's time for India to take its rightful place as a leading community, a leading society. And I think from a business standpoint, all the ingredients are there if we can grab onto them. And, India, tremendous talent pool. I have 50,000 professionals that call India home. We're going to nearly double our talent pool in the next couple of years. So tremendous talent pool. A democratic tradition, which I think is in the long arc of history is a very positive thing, the rule of law. a really ancient society, a wonderful community. If you've been to India, Ben, I think you'll know how hospitable and open the society is. So I'm very optimistic on India. I'm also optimistic in terms of ESG, because again, for India, it is an imperative. If you look at air quality, you look at just the quality of life for India and the sustainable agriculture that India needs to have, I think it is a real opportunity for India to come up with an Indian set of answers to address ESG issues. So I am optimistic that India will play a leadership role, not exclusively working with others, but on ESG. I think it is an imperative for India. In terms of digitization, I mean, the United States, again, my home country, it's just a wonderful community, a wonderful business community. It's always reimagined itself, regenerated itself. And I think it's taking a tremendous lead in digitization and digital transformation. And I'm really optimistic on the United States as well. Other communities, I mean, I'm quite enthused by what Japan is doing. I think China has some wonderful innovations that and their tech sector is developing as well. So I think there are multiple geographies that are coming out of this pandemic and trying to take advantage of the opportunities that digitization affords us. One thing that I will say, we are better off if we cooperate globally rather than compete. We absolutely have to compete as communities, as businesses, but cooperating to in the least address some of these large issues is absolutely a must, particularly around climate.
Yeah, because absolutely, those are the biggest issues that do not have borders. By their very nature, it needs a global cooperation to try and tackle them and make some meaningful progress. I'm aware time is tight, so I want to ask you a couple of final thoughts, particularly on a lot of the bold claims that are being made right now about the way we will work, what the future of business will look like, all of these big predictions about how fundamentally different the future will look. Are we just caught up in the pandemic speak and actually things will just revert to normal? Or do you feel that this is a fundamental reset of the way that we will work in future?
That's a very interesting question, Ben. I think the pandemic will change the way that we will live and work. There is no doubt in my mind. Will it be radical? I mean, I don't think so. I think there will be certainly changes like I just enumerated in terms of how we will work, but some of the fundamental things in terms of collaborating, innovating existed prior to the pandemic and will exist after the pandemic. Listen, I'm old enough now to realize I've gone through the Y2K phenomenon, the ERP wave, the .com wave. And of course, they changed the way that we live and work. But did it fundamentally change the way that we live and work? No. But the pandemic and digitization and some of the reimagining of the way that we live and work that the pandemic has brought forth will absolutely change going forward the way that we live and work.
Penny, I'm so grateful for your time. We are out of time, but thank you so much for talking. It's fascinating to hear your thoughts because there's so many wild predictions, aren't there, about what will happen next. But, you know, you've got your finger on the pulse. So I'm grateful for you explaining all of that.
Coming up next, an in-depth conversation with Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairman and CEO, Salesforce India. Bhattacharya will discuss a digital future creating an equitable revolution. Don't miss this India Global Forum, where the curiosity of a scientist meets the ingenuity of an engineer.
I hope you enjoyed that curry recipe there. I certainly might be ordering one of those a little bit later today. Welcome back to India Global Forum. Really excited to be about our next discussion. We know that COVID-19 has accelerated the digital revolution, and in some cases we have seen 8 years of change in just a year. But that's only for those who have access. I just looked up the figures. We're now at 54% of the world having some access to a form of the internet. I'm delighted to discuss this in conversation with a former top banker who led the State Bank of India, the country's largest lender. She is now chair and CEO of Salesforce India. Arundhati Bhattacharya, thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to the digital stage. You've moved from being a banker to working in one of the world's largest tech companies. Tell me, how do you view India's technological revolution, especially in the last year?
I think it's really and truly been expedited. India was already on a digital journey, but I think, at this point of time, what could have taken 2 or 3 years longer has actually been, compressed into a matter of 1 year. And if you look at the digital journey that we had been on, we had already created what is known as the India Stack, which is to do with the identity, creating the identity of digital identity of all our citizens, which is called the unique identification number. So that captures your 10 fingerprints and your retina scan and gives you a unique number to enable us to know who exactly the person is. We had also created, a lot of mobile penetration, which gave us the communication right across the country. And we have 60,000 villages. So you can imagine 600,000 villages. So you can imagine the spread of the population. And, the three of them together, that is the Aadhaar, the bank accounts, and the mobile, the three put together, we call it the Jam Trinity. So India was well on its way to digitization. What has happened subsequent to the pandemic, however, is that whereas companies were not evolving as quickly as they should, now if you look at companies, 100% of them realize that digital has become a must-have. It's not something that's just good to have.
Tell me about that. Tell me what sectors you've seen the fastest change in India over the last year.
Well, the fastest changes, I think, have taken place in the area of e-commerce, where people are understanding that they need to own their customers. We have seen a huge amount of change in the edtech sector because, children have not been able to attend schools. So, any and every edtech company has actually evolved very rapidly. We've seen a lot of changes in the health sector. Nobody could ever imagine, the kind of virtual consultations that we are doing with doctors at this point of time. And also, in all the supply chains and the dealer networks, I think, we have seen very rapid changes. So changes are there in every single sector. Means I can't really think of a sector that hasn't evolved. And of course, if you look at the banking sector or the BFSI sector, they've been one of the leaders in this. They always were the leaders. And if you look at the amount of digital payments that are now going through, and in fact, I was looking at the numbers, and the government predicts that by 2025, we will be having 1.25 billion transactions per day in respect of, in all these monetary transactions that are taking off. In respect of e-commerce, when I said, we are seeing a lot of growth, actually, we are seeing about 25-30% growth for most companies. However, in spite of that, only 5% of actual commerce is still digital. So we have huge space to grow.
You joined SBI in the 70s when it was a traditional bank, very little to do with technology-enabled systems, and you lived and led this digital transformation. I'd love to hear about that journey, and what do you think the key challenges were that you had to grapple with that might be useful for other companies to hear about?
Okay. I think, one of the biggest challenges that when you're going through a digital transformation, you have to have the entire CEO backing, That is, the number one person in the company must back it and must be passionate about it. And obviously, the board and the management, the top management, play a very important role in that, in the sense that they must do support it completely. Because unless and until you can get the buy-in of the rank and file, it's very difficult to bring about a change that is this fundamental. So I think, that is one of the things that we must look at. And if you look at one of the McKinsey reports, they say that almost 80% of the companies have started some kind of digital transformation, but only 3% have actually completed it. And I think the reason for this is that it lacks the kind of support that is required, from the very top. Because unless things flow from the top, the bottom ranks, they aren't the ones that are going to get convinced very easily. So we have to spend a lot of time in changing people's perception. In fact, more than doing the work itself, the physical work itself, I think what's much more important is to change perception, to change the perception that this is a requirement for my customer, that this is something that will empower me, empower my customer, actually give them the benefit of being able to be far more independent in what they do, and give them the elasticity and the freedom to do things at their own pace in their own times. Once you have this buy-in from the rank and file in an organization, you will see digitization moving very, very fast.
Of course, we also need to make sure that we bring everybody on this journey. And a lot of that is about giving people digital skills. Now, this is easy if you have access to the internet. It's easy, you could argue, if you're young, if you're in an urban area. Can you talk about some of the areas you think are more challenging, and how you think we can give digital skills to people so that they aren't left behind?
I think that is one of the biggest challenges that this digital age is posing. If you look at India itself, for instance, how many people have smartphones? Not only smartphones, even if you look at the gender divide, many more men have phones than women. And then again, if you look at the urban-rural divide, you'll find that in the rural areas, again, the number of people owning smartphones are far smaller than the number of people who are owning smartphones in the urban area. So we have one company, for instance, which is trying to bring out a smartphone within a very reasonable price, so as to ensure that every single Indian can have a screen of their own. And this is absolutely important, because unless and until you have access to the internet, unless and until you have the broadband to enable you to actually get on the net with a device that is compatible with it, you will be definitely left behind. That is one piece of it, giving people access. The other piece of it is the realization that skilling is very necessary. When we did the financial inclusion exercise that I talked about right in the beginning, called JAM, which is, the Jandhan accounts, as they were called at that time, the idea was that every single family must have at least one bank account. When we started, about 58% of the families in India had bank accounts. By the time we finished, 98%, in 7 months' time, at least one bank account was there per family, which enabled the government to directly put in the subsidy money into the bank accounts and prevent the huge leakage that was going on otherwise. Now, the fact of the matter is that along with access, what really made this program very effective was the literacy that was imparted, the financial literacy, the digital literacy, as to how to actually operate these accounts and ensure that you got the full benefit of it. So therefore, digital skilling is extremely important. I was looking at another report, and that report was saying that, actually speaking, reskilling your own people costs you 6 times less than hiring from outside. So if you even look at the cost structures, companies themselves need to take up the reskilling work. As for the public at large, there are very many free platforms. For instance, we have a platform in Salesforce called Trailhead, which is free, and where people can actually go in and train themselves into the various ways in which digital work can be done. And actually, from the beginning of the pandemic, we have seen an uptick of almost 29% of usage of Trailhead, of the badges that have been actually acquired by people, which are given at the end of the course, or when a person successfully completes a particular module. So there has been an uptick of almost 29% there. People are aware that they need to reskill themselves, and there are very many platforms which do not cost anything, but you do need access to them. So for access purposes, this is an infrastructure issue that needs to be addressed by the government for sure.
I'm interested in how you encourage women to get those skills as well. I know that's something that's very important to you. Have you seen as many women as men using the Trailhead?
I have not. And that is absolutely one of the things, that I believe that we need to do right from the beginning. In fact, if you look at STEM education itself, I believe that we need to work hugely with women students, with girl students, to make them agreeable to try out the STEM areas of education. By tradition, somehow or the other, we have found that the women tend to go towards the liberal arts. I myself am an English literature major, and therefore, from there to have actually headed a Fortune 500 bank and the largest bank in India now into a tech company, it just shows that everything can be done. It's a question of wanting to get it done. And therefore, I think we need the right kind of incentives, the right kind of advocacy to ensure that we are getting our youngsters enthused enough to go in for STEM education, to enable them to obtain the kind of skills that will be necessary for the future.
Yes, I'm speaking to you as a political science major, and I completely agree with you on that. I wonder how your view of the digital future has changed at all since you joined Salesforce.
So I think, in respect of the digital future, one thing that has definitely changed is that digital is now a must-have. You cannot survive without it. I really and truly believe that every single company, no matter which area it is, it needs a very strong technology backbone. It need not be a IT company. Means there are people who say that banks will actually be IT companies doing banking. I don't believe that needs to be true, but I do believe that unless they have a very strong technological backbone, they will not be able to survive. That's for sure.
I wonder if you could talk about the cloud and why. I know that the cloud is incredibly important to Salesforce. I know you're a believer in that. For India, what do you think the importance of it, and how will that help digital access?
See, one thing about the cloud, and we are cloud native, we were born in the cloud. So there's no way that I can say anything about it other than to say that this is something that is hugely empowering. To be on the cloud enables you to have the elasticity to take care of your demand elasticity. So there will be peak days, of activities. Now, to take care of that in on-prem systems or in private cloud systems is extremely difficult. However, when you are on the public cloud, all of these can be managed very easily. So if you're looking at agility, if you're looking at nimbleness, if you're looking at elasticity, cloud is the answer. But not only that, even if we are looking at security, cloud is the answer. And the reason for that is, for a company like us, trust matters a lot. And trust means that the customer's data is in trust in the clouds that we operate. And if that is the case, it is our job to ensure that they are safe. As a result, what happens is that there is a huge amount of time and effort spent in order to ensure that we are keeping everything secure. If there is any incident anywhere in the world, automatically, certain actions will be taken in order to ensure that something similar does not get repeated at our end. So therefore, you are forever scanning the entire ecosystem in order to ensure that you have got the right products and that you have got the right level of security, which again is very difficult if you have an on-prem system. Means, after all, you are limited by the way in which you can address anything that is happening across the globe. And therefore, if you're looking at cloud, whether it be for security, whether it be for elasticity and agility, as I said, cloud is really the answer to, and it is the way to go.
Can you talk about some of Salesforce's activities during COVID-19? I know that there was some really interesting data that you were able to use that tracked the pandemic, that helped send supplies where they were needed.
Absolutely. So we were actually running, the COVID map for India, and we've been doing it for many other countries as well. So, if you actually, when you get the COVID map of India, you get it graphically. So you see the green spots, you see the orange spots, the amber spots, and the red spots. And if you have, for instance, a dealer management system, and for instance, you are a supplier of cars, and you are sending cars to a place where it's turning from green to amber, you can stop the supplies to that place and instead send it to a place which is turning from red to green. Similarly, in respect of your loans, you can actually superimpose where your loans are on the COVID map and then take a call as to these are the places where loans will need to be restructured, where you will have to give more time for people to recover and repay, whereas these are the places which are safe for you to lend on, and therefore you can continue your lending activities there. So there is a huge amount that you can do with the data that even is publicly available and the data within the company in order to determine your strategy so that at the end of the day you get the best results. You are able to have a strategy that very clearly addresses the challenges that are constantly changing, and these maps they keep changing on a daily basis. So you really need to evolve your strategy as the data evolves.
And that's what companies and the government can do with that data. Did you see them actually making use of it that way?
Oh, yes. In respect of a few of our companies, they have made use of it that way. But I don't think, it was very widespread because, again, these realizations were just sinking in. But today, I do find a lot of interest among a lot of people to understand how this actually worked and to then get it into their companies so that they can do far better risk management than they have been doing in the past.
I imagine that Piyush Goyal was using your technology. He mentioned yesterday that, in fact, the railroads had never been so busy as during the lockdown. So thank you so much to you, the Chair and CEO of Salesforce India, Arundhati Bhattacharya. Thank you so much for joining us here at India Global Forum. And we'll be back in just a moment. Ben will be diving into these issues around the digital global future. Stay with us.
Namaste for India Global Forum. This is Priyanka Deo joining you from New Delhi. It's been proven time and again that the long-term and sustainable economic development of a country depends upon economic development that is inclusive and equitable. Although the contribution of women economically is on the rise the world over, there is still a whole lot more that we can and must be doing. For instance, as per United Nations data, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of jobs as men. What does true gender equality look like? What moves need to be taken by businesses and by governments? Let's hear from some of the most influential women in world politics to give their insights into the radical actions needed in their countries and overall. As always, at India Global Forum, we bring you the most incisive discussions with the most engaging leaders. Stay tuned and stay connected by subscribing to our regular updates and invitations all year round by registering at indiaglobalforum.com, the place where India meets the world and the world meets India. Namaste.
Stay with us as we chat with Shashi Tharoor, politician, writer and former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations on Global Leadership. The future of multilateralism. Tharoor discusses the future of liberal international order, reform of global governance and India's role as a rising power. At India Global Forum, where we work to build a future together and build that future now.
So stay tuned for that. Edie will be in conversation with Shashi Tharoor just a little later in the programme. So as promised, though, we're going to look now at some of the challenges that may lie ahead, because in developed nations, it's fair to say many years' worth of technological transformation have happened in just 12 months as a result of the pandemic. There's been much greater adoption of new technologies to help solve some of the problems posed by the pandemic. But in less developed countries, or those still developing, there has been a huge deficit. That take-up has not been as fast. And so what are the challenges to make sure that all countries benefit from a digital transformation and the digital divide can be narrowed? We've assembled a great panel to talk about some of those issues. Let me introduce you to them. With us is Mohit Joshi from Infosys, Eran Shlomo from Data Loop, Debapama Sen from Citigroup, and Shilpa Kumar from Omidyar. Welcome to you all, and we're hoping that Uman Bedi from Daily Hunt will join us in just a short while. But in the meantime, let me bring you all in. And Mohit, maybe I could start with you, because I explained some of the challenges there, that the digital adoption has not been universal, and there is a huge deficit depending where in the world you live. Just paint a picture a little bit of the challenge that poses.
Sure. So I think, I'd begin by looking at the optimistic side, which is that despite the fact that we had a pandemic really of unprecedented proportions, we've really seen nothing like this for at least 100 years. The global economy and civilization has broadly carried on. If you'd asked me in Feb of last year that we were going to be seeing a globally synchronized lockdown, and what do you think are the challenges we'd face? And I'd be talking about food and water shortages and medical supplies. But on the whole, I think economies and societies have really broadly survived through the crisis.
the COVID problem was there. I am confident that
in early stage of the digital transformation. And what we have observed from our studies is that if you look at the economies that do better than others in terms of overall, start focusing much more on the future. We need to start focusing on the green frontier, on how we can actually create a more sustainable, environmentally favorable and socially inclusive environment in our economies.
Thank you. Very comprehensive, and there are a few issues there that will apply to many of our questions over this next session. Let me bring in Sanjay again, because Sanjay, it's very easy for us to be obsessed, to be focused on, to be keen to talk about a recovery, to look at how we get out of this. But is some of that talk premature? We heard from the Indian Finance Minister there, you know, the first priority is making sure that there is no third wave, second or third wave, depending in the world where you
economy and an uptick in the revenues. I mean, all these things, they come together. I think it's not unthinkable to talk of recovery and be positive about it. And look, the demographics are compelling. Let's face it. I mean, the rural sector is consuming goods left, right, and center. The urban part of the world is consuming services driven by technology. And digitization. So consumption is still there.
Yeah.
So things can go wrong if you get into a negative spiral of being a pessimist.
Really vaccinate your populations, and then we will get into, if you like, the rebuild mode, which is about the whole Build Back Better movement. But in this sort of recovery phase, there is a lot of clearly pent-up demand, clearly from not just consumers. And look, it will vary in different parts of the world depending on where they are in the pandemic cycle. So, you won't see full convergence or a synchronous recovery around the world. I think the UK will lead it. The US will lead it at the moment. You know, obviously other economies like Israel, maybe EU will follow. I think Sanjay's right for India. Really, I think everybody's putting store in sort of nearer to maybe the festive season in the third and fourth quarter. But also, I think what is important, Ben, is, you know, investment does have to follow on the heels of that. We can't just be an unbalanced recovery. And certainly in the UK, one of the things I'm quite excited about and sort of have sort of aspirations for is super deduction, where we're effectively offering a very lucrative tax breaks for those companies that accelerate and bring forward their investment plans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know industry very grateful and welcoming of that. Sumitra, we are on where rebuilding will happen, what the priorities are for rebuilding and rebalancing economies using the pandemic were doing before?
Well, I think there is a strong desire not to go back to the status quo ante, and that manifests itself in many forms. But maybe let's use quite a significant announcement that happened today in the north of England, in a place called Sunderland, you'll know well, announced by Nissan, where they've announced £1 billion investment in a gigafactory. And to me, that is a real metaphor for the type of Build Back Better that people are definitely looking for. So it's in a part of the country which is being targeted for, what's called in the UK levelling up, but it's addressing long-standing inequalities that we have had over many decades and under many governments. But it's also targeted on the future in terms of electrifying mobility. And so to me, that is a good example of Build Back Better. But also I think we build back different. So let's take air travel, right? That's controversial because you could say, well, look, do we really want to go back to the air travel that we had historically? We're sitting here in a wonderful Taj London hotel, and I was actually looking at the facilities earlier and just saying to myself, well, look, interestingly, we may travel less, but on each trip that we make, we may look for a more unique experience. Yeah. So you're the way in which different sectors look at build
Well, we know with the cocktails and mocktails on the screen, we are in the home stretch. Not there quite yet, but those were filmed in the courtyard of the Taj Hotel. You never know, we may be retiring there relatively soon. So, before we do, however, I want to get to an interesting and important discussion. Prime Minister Modi's ambition for building an Atmanirbhar Bharat rests heavily on the availability of homegrown capital. So let's look now at the key areas where India can draw on to build the strong domestic capital base. To discuss this further, please do welcome to the virtual stage the Principal Economic Advisor for the Government of India, Sanjeev Sanyal. Welcome. Thanks for joining us and staying with us on stage here in London, Chairman of KKR India, Sanjay Nair. So to begin, I'm going to pass the floor over to Sanjeev for some opening remarks.
So I think, as I stated yesterday, the Atmanirbhar Bharat idea is not a return to some autarkic pre-1991 isolationist worldview. It's about leveraging Indian strengths for resilience and growth, and to participate in global supply chains and the world economy. So while, of course, we do want to leverage Indian capital, no doubt about it, and we need to deepen Indian capital markets. We need to get our banking system out there and lending more aggressively. But I wouldn't argue that it is based on merely getting Indian capital. I mean, we are clearly open to global capital. FDI and foreign investment are at peak levels, in fact, in the last 1 year, despite the COVID shock. So I think the main thing that we would like to say is we are, of course, interested in a vibrant Indian capital market. We do want Indian savings to be driving a lot of this. We want Indian risk-taking, innovation, animal spirits. But this is not a vision of some sort of an autarkic economy which is only reliant on Indian capital. I mean, we are, as I said, very much a part of the global economy and will continue to be so.
Thank you. And we do know that you are open to FDI. In fact, the next panel will look at that FDI question. So thank you for those opening thoughts. So let's turn, Sanjay, to you. What opening thoughts, what reactions do you have to Sanjeev?
Well, glad to be here. Hi, Sanjeev. Look, I think all the points Sanjeev made were absolutely valid. We are an open economy. In fact, we represent foreign capital. The kind of capital folks like us bring in and our peers is foreign savings, pensions, insurance, people's savings. So that's, well said. And I think we have seen peak fundraising last year in India, about $60 billion in the first 6 months. And this year already you've seen probably a 33% uptick over the previous year on year. So this is during COVID-1 and COVID-2. So obviously India is a favored destination, a lot of opportunities for growth and hence a lot of foreign capital flowing in. And I'm just referring to the private side, not the public markets. My view is that today India needs, frankly, more of a supply shock. You need the private enterprise in India to step up, the private sector to step in. The government is doing a lot, as we know, in terms of spending what they can, given the fiscal space they have on infrastructure spend, now on healthcare, and these indirect schemes to support microfinance and micro institutions, which I think is a very smart idea, without too much of cash outgo. But then when you think about building the Indian economy with private sector jumping in, not everybody has access to foreign capital, number one. There need to be more institutions that can take the risk capital put risk capital to work, whether it's debt or equity. There are very few of those today for smaller companies. I think that's one contention I have. The second point is that, capital markets in India on the equity side are extremely deep and robust, very wide. But when you go down to the debt markets, you do see there is a fairly high degree of narrowness of what really trades in the markets and how you price risk versus the reward. So if you look at some of the building blocks around this world over, a bankruptcy code has been a fantastic start. You need that. Without that, you can't price risk. I think that's a great start. It probably gets more embedded as you go along. You've got the banking system that is, I think, getting there, and there's a lot of cleanup going on, and the creation of the asset management company, the ARC at the national level, these are all great announcements. If you look at the creation of new instruments that the government has really propagated and propelled, like the InvITs, the REITs, the IDFs, these are all, again, great ideas. And I think as these come into play, my real view is that you got to really now get the local savings unlocked, which I think are quite a lot in the pension and the insurance companies, both public and private, and bring them into these real markets, especially on the debt side. I'll just give you an example. I mean, since the REITs and InvITs were created a couple of years ago, 200,000 crores, so that's 2 lakh crores of assets have been created. And, most of them backed by foreign capital. And I think the participation in the secondary market is very, very welcome through local capital. So a lot more of local participation, alignment of pension, insurance, capital market rules, all of them anyway come into the Ministry of Finance, streamlining those regulations, unlocking those savings, bringing long duration capital into the local markets, I think really gets especially those asset classes going that are very long duration, like real estate and infrastructure. And those are building blocks, frankly. So I don't disagree at all with what Sanjeev said. I just think this is a great time to build that vaccination against a future taper tantrum or whatever by creating larger local bases of capital in key sectors of the capital market, especially new asset creation, so that we are not, hit by fluctuations globally. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Thank you. So let's go back to you, Sanjeev, and talk about what some of the changes that you see will be necessary to unlocking some of this domestic capital.
Well, I think what we have in India as far as domestic capital is concerned is a bit of a disbalance. We have equity markets at all-time highs. You just heard that we are raising reasonable amounts of money from the private capital side. But on the other hand, there is another source of capital that has not really been firing all cylinders, which is the banking system. Now, there are many long-term reasons, including a lending boom that happened earlier in the last decade, that have led to misallocations of capital, and a lot of cleaning up of that happened over the last few years. And as a result of which, the banking system was for a while not entirely well capitalized. We spent a lot of time capitalizing it and so on. Of course, there's been one good result of that, is that we went into this crisis very underleveraged. In the sense, the banking system hadn't been lending for some years when we entered this crisis. So since we were quite underleveraged, ironically, the banking system probably survived this crisis better than it would otherwise have been, because only the very best balance sheets were borrowing for the last few years. So I think the fear that the Indian banking system, NBFC sector will be left completely impaired and unable to emerge out of this crisis, I think that is not true. I think the banking system's balance sheets, although there will be some impact, of course, we won't get unscathed. The impact is going to be nowhere near what many of the pessimists think. I think the banking system and the NBFC sector came out of this crisis rather unscathed, relatively speaking, to the situation. But it does need at some point to get out there and lend again aggressively, because you cannot run on one leg. And you can have great capital markets, all-time highs, etc. But that's only going to happen if you have a banking system that will keep up with that expansion. And in this context, of course, we do need to take into account the public sector banks that...
Oh, I think he's frozen. We'll get his video back in just a moment for you. So good moment to come back to my guest on stage. So tell me, Sanjay, he was talking there about the banking sector, how the banking sector had been relatively underleveraged, so hadn't been lending. So in fact, has come out of the the pandemic perhaps better than it could have been?
No, I think it's a very valid point he was making. But remember, we had entered 2018 highly leveraged as a banking system. Post IL&FS crisis, it was exposed. A lot of cleanup has happened. So you're right, we went in under leveraged, but that's good and bad because no one is lending. And I think that's the real issue. And that's the point I was making, is that ultimately it cannot just be banking capital that drives lending and growth. You need the intermediation of private sector savings, which have a different way of looking at risk reward. And you have to bring that through the markets. For example, the bond market. I mean, everywhere in the world you have municipal bonds, you have infrastructure bonds, you have project finance bonds. You don't expect the banks to be lending 11 and 17-year money. So that's where I was going with the discussion, that it's time that, well, it's a good time for India. The banks are under leveraged, they can do some lending. Hopefully we come out of COVID too pretty unscathed or with a small amount of hit. And this is the time to build whatever reforms are required to bring in long-term Indian savings into the real sector, so that you're not depending only on banks in India and only on foreign capital.
So you mentioned that real estate was one area that needed more focus on. Can you develop that a little bit?
Well, I was referring to both real estate and infrastructure. Real estate in India otherwise is a pretty opaque system. I was talking of the investment trusts that have been innovated in India, and they've been extremely successful. Both the investment trusts in the infrastructure space and the real estate space. And what I was saying, that these platforms are run by professional managers. They are able to garner assets, then they're able to improve them, and they're able to distribute earnings and grow. This is the kind of stuff that retail shareholders and local stakeholders would love to have. I mean, imagine if you're sitting on an investment trust or a real estate trust generating 5-6% cash yield, a little bit of growth every year. You get 8 to 9% a year, some tax benefits. So the government has been making incremental changes, and I think those are progressing well, where you encourage retail stakeholders to come and trade more of these assets. This is a massive, massive pool. They have recently made some changes, like reducing the trading lot of these instruments. They made some changes where the mutual funds can invest in this. Now there are some changes coming up where the banks can lend to these entities. There are some things still pending on the taxation angle. When you receive these dividends, what do you do with these in terms of taxation? And also, what does it mean when you sell the instruments and have a capital gain? How are you treated? So some things are pending, some have happened. But a concerted focus on just these two areas, you can imagine the creation of new infra assets and new real estate assets, and harnessing the old ones and making them better can go a very long way in creating the supply side that I think you heard the previous panel talk about. India needs, at this time, really a supply shock, frankly. And you get that supply shock with the help of, yes, foreign capital, but also local capital, I think makes it an incredibly robust model coming out of COVID.
How much has the mutual funds industry advanced in India?
It's very large. I mean, it's come a long way. It's come a long way in the last decade. It's still about 12% of total GDP, so it's not very large compared to some markets. But it's still very, very significant. The mutual funds have come a very long way. And I think Sanjeev mentioned that earlier, that the equity markets are at all-time high, extremely deep and robust. So yes, mutual funds have come a very long way.
So we've got Sanjeev back, delighted to see. So Sanjeev, let's come back to you. How do you think India can unlock these dormant pools of capital, corporate, household savings, personal pensions, safely and efficiently?
Well, I think I had made the point a little earlier. A lot of this savings goes into our banking system. We need our banking system to step up and lend. And it will. Because as I said, the banking system is perhaps not as impaired as many people fear it would be from this crisis, because we were simply not very heavily leveraged going into this. But I think there is additional issues here. I think we need to get our insurance part of our financial system much larger than it is. We need other pools of capital, including unlocking And we have tried that before. Pools of capital, for example, gold, there have been made attempts to try and leverage that, not very successfully thus far. But what we need ultimately to do is to have a system of and managing risk through the system. And for that, we need to have things like, for example, corporate default swap markets that need to evolve. And in this direction, we have, in the last couple of years, done a lot of things like, for example, introduced bilateral netting, so the corporate default market can pick up, and so on. So you need the full array of risk management tools that need to be in there so that this pool of capital can be leveraged and deployed.
What about some of the changes needed in listing regulations, takeover codes, that kind of thing that can help India become more self-reliant?
I think a lot of that has happened recently. We see our local regulator, the SEBI, making extremely progressive changes. Every board meeting, we're finding it's becoming very, very progressive. I would say those are not the big issues that are meant to be kind of tackled right now. I would just say, maybe adding to what Sanjeev was saying, it's also probably worth talking about creating more institutions like the NIIF, which is a locally incorporated and locally promoted sovereign fund in a way focused on infra and debt markets. Maybe more of those with different styles, different risk reward would also help a lot. And those can be, again, contributed to by Indian resources as well as foreign. And I think it's just good to have a lot more homegrown institutions who participate in creating infrastructure, real estate. Doing business in India is becoming easier. A lot more people are going to be putting up factories for supply chain replacement from China. So all of this actually, according to me, comes together very well. And as we talk about the supply shock, I think it's time to unlock more local capital to create that, to sort of multiply that shock.
Sanjeev, can I get your view on what it might take for debt capital markets to finally achieve the debt and liquidity that is attractive to issuers, to relook at their bond issuance plans in Singapore, Hong Kong, etc.?
So if you're talking about domestic market, and I hinted at that just earlier, ultimately you've got to remember corporate bond markets can only function if you have a default swap market. Simply for a very simple reason. If you don't have a CDS market, you can't get the liquidity that you need. Corporate bonds, by their very nature, globally, are illiquid instruments. So the liquidity of that market is essentially created by the CDS market. And the reason our markets were illiquid in India was the fact that we didn't allow for something called bilateral netting. But incidentally, we've created that law last year. And in the course of the last few months, we introduced every single regulation needed for a corporate default swap market. So all the pieces are there. Now it's a matter of that planned out. As far as more foreign resources into our capital markets, well, we are taking a lot of steps in terms of getting ourselves included in global bond indices. At least from the sovereign side, we have made many changes recently, and we are now in talks with global bond indices. So I'm quite confident that we will be, within the next 12 months, part of some of the global bond indices, which is, of course, a big source of money for the government directly, but it also releases domestic resources that can then do other things. And again, coming back to the point about risk-taking, it's very important that we have a system of risk, whether it comes through from institutions that Mr. Nair was mentioning, which is relates to NIIF and the new development finance body that we are creating. This is for long-term financing of large infrastructure, but also at the other end, institutions that lend, onto the retail at the very bottom of our economic pyramid. So the whole range is needed to get going, and at every step, whatever changes we need to make, we will keep making them. We have been as flexible as possible, and we will continue to do so.
Maybe I can ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Sanjeev, I can ask you a question. Maybe one of the issues of of bringing in local capital, how do you think, what's the role of the fiscal deficit? Obviously, it's a pretty large number. I know all of you are extremely focused and actually rightly quite hawkish about it. Do you think that's one reason why why bringing in local capital from sectors that normally finance your deficit is one reason why the progress on that has been slow? I mean, it's just a frank question. There's nothing wrong with it because
I mean, the point is, obviously, having a very large deficit gobbles up resources. Let's not pretend that anything else. Now, obviously, during a shock like the one we've gone through in the last 1 year, we took the judgment that it is okay to expand the deficit, let the government take the risk because the private sector is not going to take the risk. But you're right. I mean, in the long run, it crowds out other kinds of investment, and we do need to be very, very careful that we don't allow the deficit to remain permanently on this level.
Absolutely.
But once growth gets going, before that, it's the government that has to, in some ways, bankroll and backstop the risk-taking, whether it's in terms of actually taking the deficit or what we have done more recently is guaranteeing the private sector in various ways.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev, and thanks for battling the digital transformation monster to be with us today. Thank you to Sanjay as well for not just this panel, but the final one. We'll let you go. We'll be back in just a moment to look at the foreign capital that continues to flow into India. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Welcome to this session entitled Global Investors, Finding Opportunities in a Post-Pandemic India. We know that this disruption caused by the pandemic pushes India's ambitions to become a $5 trillion economy a little bit further down the line. Having said that, foreign portfolio investors continue to pour money into India's financial markets. So let's dive into this. Why are we seeing people believe in the India story? What makes it such a compelling investment despite the uncertainties caused by the pandemic? We have an all-star cast here for you. Nikhil Srivastava from PAG, Badri Nivas, NC from Citibank, Nikhil Kamath from True Beacon, Raj Bikram Nair from Ontogeny Capital, and Sandeep Bammer from Green Frontier Capital. Give us a wave, everyone. Welcome. All right. So let's start off with the question that I